What's going on, geeks? How y'all doing this evening? It's your boy Sam. We're back. Weigh in Wednesdays. You know how we do. Welcome, welcome. There is a lot going on. We're gonna have some people coming in. We've got a special guest tonight. We've got author Russell Brooks will be joining us to talk about his novels. He's written four novels, and they are fantastic. I'm a big fan of Robert Ludlum, and I like espionage and intrigue and mystery thriller type stuff, and really, really well written books. There's four of them, and there's another one coming soon. So we'll get some details on that once we bring Russell on. As always, we'll have our mods in, they'll be by as they tend to do. And I am just doing all my checks real quick to make sure that everything is up as it should be, that we have all of our screens going, because I like to make sure that I can be seen everywhere that I try to be seen. Um, but geeks, what's going on? It's Wednesdays, weigh in Wednesdays. A couple of topics that I know we're going to talk about. We are going to get into. Let's see. Hey, what's going on, people? Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. We got Kevin, Jamie. Hey, what's going on, people? Thank you so much for joining us. Some topics you guys want to talk about. First two guests will let you set the stage. We are going to talk a little bit about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and see what's going on with that. We've moved on from the slap to literally crapping the bed. That's where we are now. It's quite interesting, and a lot of people have opinions on it. And I'm kind of sad for all the drama that exists out there. But let's see. So the first thing I wanted to do, we're going to go ahead and jump in. I've got Russell in the green room, so if he'll give me a thumbs up to let me know he's ready, we will go ahead and jump right in. No need to delay. Let me mute all my other screens. That is muted. That is muted. That is muted. All right. So author Russell Brooks, one of our Grown A Geeks. He's an active member in the group. I love having him in the group. He always brings insight, has a wonderful opinion on a lot of things, and it's always fun. I actually met Russell through another group, and we're gonna shout out to Hank Bird and the New Nerd Order. I'm gonna give them a little plug, a little shout out, because I'm a member of that group as well. I don't admin over there or anything, but it is one that I'm a part of, and a lot of interesting conversation. It's always funny to hear what Daryl has to say, and it's kind of funny. But that's where he and I met, and there were some things that took place, and one day I decided we had to have Grown A Geeks, and once we did that, here we are, Grown A Geeks. Been a couple years, and it's fantastic. So I'm excited to hear from your guest. I'm trying to write my first novel and can't get past chapter growth. Beautiful. So let's go ahead and bring Russell on. That is a fantastic segue. Thank you, Jamie. That is a fantastic segue. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Russell Parkway. What's going on, Russell? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing? I'm doing great.
You had a good day today?
Yeah, I can't complain. I was up since 6 o'clock this morning to go work out for 7, and yep, it was a good workout. Then I came home. I had work to do, and ended early. And I'm rewatching. I'm actually binging Arrow from the first episode. I'm halfway through the first season right now, and I'm actually enjoying it. It's funny. I'm watching it now. Okay, seeing how Oliver Queen and Felicity Smoke, and also how John Diggle were when they were. I mean, back. I think it's one like 9 years ago when the show
first started.
Seeing how they broke into their roles. I mean, how the characters developed, how they made mistakes and everything like that. And I'm actually, the honest truth is that when I first watched it, I started I wasn't too interested in it when it started off good, and then I just lost interest. And it was only the season finale that caught me back up. But right now, I'm watching it over for the second time, and I'm all I can say. I'm actually the show has grown. The first season that I didn't really care for in the past, it's grown so much on me right now, and I can really appreciate the writing and the work that the writers did on this show. And yes, the whole production team, it was really a great job. And yeah, I like it. I really love it when a TV show or a movie does that. When you don't like it so much the first time, and then you watch it a second time, it grows on you, and you see stuff that you did not spot the first time. The first time you saw, okay, now that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I like this,
Somebody liked my shirt. But yeah, you know what? A lot of times when you rewatch something, you have a little bit more knowledge going in. And so while part of it feels like you can maybe forgive because you can forgive a few things because you know where it's going to lead, but you can recognize maybe why they did something the second time around, as opposed to when you're watching it for the first time, you're like, what? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But, so yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. So Russell, you are a bona fide geek. There's no question about that. You and I, we've had a number of conversations that indicate you are solidified. So I'm not gonna do the vibe check. David calls me out whenever I do that on somebody because we have a no gatekeeping policy, and yet I find myself doing that. Let's see. I'm glad you said because we're interested in first people to meet. See, yeah, right, and that's why we rewatch things. That's why it's so beautiful to be able to watch something a second time and have that insight, and maybe it makes a little bit more sense. So again, that's Jamie giving her comment. We appreciate that.
If I may, it just occurred to me. I think the reason why. I don't know. I can't speak for others, but possibly I can. But I believe the reason why I didn't care so much for the first season, the first time I watched it, I had to watch, let's say, get past the first season before the show really grew on me, is because don't forget we had just finished. There was the previous show, Smallville, just had its series finale right before, and Arrow had its season premiere right after. So we went from seeing Smallville. We got used to Smallville, and then we got into something that's totally different. So it was a different universe, obviously different writing. The show went a different direction than Smallville. So it was just a matter of getting used to it. We were probably expecting something on the lines of what we were used to seeing because there was a Green Arrow character in Smallville.
Right. And the fact that it was a different character.
Totally different character. It wasn't the same character. And right now, I'm wondering if I were to go back and watch Smallville, let's see how well the show has aged or how well the characters have aged, But
we know some of the characters have not aged very well because poor Chloe is
Oh, poor Chloe. But that's not what I mean. What I mean in terms of a TV show aging well, or let's say like a character, like let's say, do we like the characters? Like take for instance, what's an example? I read a review of Superman Returns. Okay. I don't know if you remember that, but
really? You don't know if I remember that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I remember I was really excited to see it because I've been wanting to see a Superman movie for the longest while, and finally Superman Returns, and it was kind of like, for me, it was like I felt something was missing from it. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there were many elements I thought were missing. I was expecting something bigger, but it didn't happen. But that's just my opinion. But I read an article.
It's a pretty popular opinion, though.
Yeah. I read an article recently, and they're saying they're looking back at like the old Superman movies, Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the ones with the original ones with Christopher Reeve, how they compared to the more recent ones. And the thing is that the author, what he had to say about the original Superman is that we can still watch it today and enjoy it. Okay. However, when he mentioned Superman Returns, he said that unfortunately, that movie came out. When did that movie come out again? I can't remember which year it came out again, but I can look it up. But looking at it today, the movie has not. Well, this was his opinion. The movie has not aged well. Like, if we were to watch it right now, we may not enjoy it as much as we did, when it first came out. But
2006.
2006, yeah, it was around that time. But comparing it to Man of Steel and what Zack Snyder did to it, wow, I loved what Zack Snyder did with Superman. I know it's not a popular opinion. A lot of people are attacking Zack Snyder.
You needed to be on that episode where we were giving our hot takes and canceling people over their opinions.
Yeah.
But continue, please.
Well, the funny thing is that a lot of people did not like Zack Snyder and they hated him. They said, "Oh no, he needs to be fired." And when they got rid of him, and all I can say is that be careful what you wish for, because we all saw the theatrical version of Justice League, and there are parts I liked, but I felt something was missing. And I wasn't too quick to jump on it because I was saying to myself, okay, because look what happened with Batman versus Superman, the theatrical version. Okay, it was not it
versus the extended cut.
Versus the extended version. Okay, which was what Zack Snyder wanted. Okay, this is what he wrote. This is his baby, and Warner Brothers went and messed it up, okay, by cutting all these scenes. And I'm not going to go into everything because that was
it's been done to death, so we don't have to do it today.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. But this is just to show my point. This is what I meant by characters growing or a movie aging, if it aged well or not,
Right. And I think that's a fair assessment, because when Superman Returns came out, it was 2006, and it was a perfect opportunity to give an updated take.
Yeah.
Because there had been so much time since the Christopher Reeve movies, to go back and try to almost do a period piece in 2006 didn't quite work out, because we were getting the same late 70s, early 80s vibes in that movie without getting late 70s and early 80s vibes. And so it's really hard to try to recapture the magic. And Brandon Routh, I think, did a great job overall.
Yes.
Given what he, considering what he had to work with, I think he did a fantastic job. He definitely had the look. He had the build. And I'm glad he got his redemption through the CW crossover.
Yes.
When he came back as Kingdom Come Superman, I loved it. That was fantastic. And I think that was a very fitting move for him. And I'm very happy that he got to redeem himself in the tights and put on the cape and show that he was in fact a good Superman. It wasn't a good movie.
I was happy they gave him the writers and the makers of the show, they gave him that chance. That was something that all I can say is it was a great way to reward all of the loyal fans who have been following not just Brandon Routh. I don't even know how to pronounce his last name. I think it's Routh. Okay, but not just it's basically a way to reward fans who had followed Brandon Routh, or the way that maybe did not like him in Superman Returns, but when they saw him, as Kingdom Come Superman, yes, finally, the writers got it right, because you can't necessarily blame the actor. You can't blame the actor for the roles that they get, because when I can give you a perfect example.
Well, no actor has had a perfect roster.
Yeah,
everybody's had duds. Everybody's had some some failings,
Yeah.
and sometimes it's just bad material, and there's
Yes.
nothing you can do. Because I know he's on the axe list, and we can't really say good things about him anymore. But Kevin Spacey
Yeah.
was fantastic in
Well,
that movie.
but Kevin Spacey, he's an incredibly talented actor. I saw him on. He was a guest on this Australian TV program. I forget the name of the. I can't remember the name of the show, but the host, I believe the host, he passed away not too long ago, which is rather unfortunate. But he was a guest on. I mean, he has. This show has all celebrities. Okay, there's Jim Carrey, but when Kevin Spacey came on, I never realized how talented this man really is until he started impersonating other actors, and it was so funny to watch. I mean, I was left in tears. I was laughing so hard, and I said, I never knew this about Kevin Spacey, but yes, he played a very good Lex Luthor. But then it comes around again. Um, he made the most of what was given to him. Okay, because he's not the one who wrote the story. Okay,
He just showed up for work.
He didn't write the story nor the screenplay. He worked with what was given. Okay, so he was very good as Lex Luthor.
I mean, basically, you had Kaiser Soze as Lex Luthor. You can't go wrong there. That's a winning formula, and it's one of those things. And let me tiptoe around this very carefully.
Mm-hmm.
It's very unfortunate that we find out things about people later on in life, and you have to look at them as a whole, and you can't really do the true separation of the work versus the person, because ultimately it's the person that does the work.
Yeah.
But as far as his acting, phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I think he was great, perfectly cast in that. And I hate that it didn't do better. And I think if the story, Bryan Singer's an interesting one, so of course we'll let that be what it is.
Yeah.
I think that movie had the potential to do so much more, because in actuality, Superman Returns, the only way to truly watch that movie and try to enjoy it, you have to watch Superman 1, Christopher Reeves.
Mm-hmm.
You have to watch the Donner cut of Superman 2.
Yeah.
Superman 3 is optional.
Forget Superman 3 and
definitely forget.
Don't
4.
talk about Superman 4 for me. No.
Superman what? There was 3 of them. What are you talking about?
No, there's a Superman 4.
No, what are you talking about? That doesn't.
Okay, exist. Yeah, you forgot about it, and I said let's not even talk about that, because I was.
You watch Superman 1, you watch Superman 2, Donner cut, and then if you go right into Superman Returns, the movie makes so much sense. It's fantastic, and it actually works as a true sequel to Superman 2 Donner cut. That's my machete version of how to watch the Superman movies, and I'm giving that away for free.
But that's what I believe I read. I read somewhere that was intended. Superman Returns was created in a way for us to forget that there was a Superman 3 and a Superman 4. Okay, this was supposed to be the actual follow-up to Superman 2.
Yeah, okay. The Donner cut.
Yeah.
Got to give Dick Donner his props.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, as we're talking Superman right now, I could do this all night.
Yeah.
But that's not why you're here, Russell.
Yeah.
We're here to talk about you.
Yeah. No, the thing is that it's interesting to speak about Superman and I can go on with other TV shows, because one thing I've always told any new author or first-time authors, and one thing I've always argued is that it's never the heroes. This is my opinion. It's not the heroes that would necessarily make the story. Okay. In many occasions, it's the villains. Okay. If you have an outstanding villain, okay, who can challenge your hero, okay, who is the perfect foil for your hero, and basically the hero is the underdog trying to outsmart the villain, well, then you've done your job, because usually it's the villains that usually make the story. But there are other occasions where the heroes can make the story, but depends on how you write the story. If it's let's say if it's like if you're going to focus on a character-driven novel, then you're going to focus on the protagonist, not necessarily the antagonist. But yes, you can have a great antagonist as well. And if you can make a memorable antagonist, then that's you're halfway through making a very good a great story. And
okay,
that's one thing I've always kept in mind whenever I write my books. Always create a villain that you love to hate. Okay, one that you're going to remember. So
okay, duly noted. And I would definitely say that villains are just as important.
mhm.
And sometimes your villain is the situation, the oh, hey, look at this. We've got one of our other mods here. I'm gonna go ahead and bring him in. We've got Jeff. What's going on, man?
Hello.
How you doing this evening?
I'm doing
Hey,
good.
Jeff.
I had to jump in. I was watching and I heard Superman. So I was like,
Right. So I had to
Ooh.
get my other Superman guy in. I had to get my multiverse Superman.
No, I got to preface this. I might be wearing a Marvel shirt and have the Avengers and stuff, but
I got on my
I'm a
Star Wars.
Superman fan. I've got
Yeah.
Superman stuff all over the place. So.
That's
I'm
what
a
I'm
huge
talking
Superman fan myself.
See,
So-
how did we get 3 Superman fans in the same room at the same time? Was this planned? Did y'all plan this? So yeah, I think whenever you have a really good villain, sometimes depending on what the premise of the story is, as you said, it could be character driven, in which case the main character actually has to overcome a situation, a scenario, in which case villains are not so much the forefront and they have to resolve this problem. Think 24. That's a situation where you don't necessarily need a memorable villain because the situation as a whole is that's the bad guy.
Yeah.
The scenario is the bad guy. Most of the Mission Impossibles, we couldn't really sit and tell you who the villain was, but it's Ethan Hunt has to overcome this obstacle, and that works. And again, just to refer to one of my favorites, Robert Ludlum. He writes the Jason Bourne series, and there's probably I feel like there's 10 books out now, and the last few were co-written by Jason. Eric Van Lustbader.
Okay.
Let me not get that wrong. Eric Van Lustbader, and he's kind of picked up and done what Ludlum did, in that. Oftentimes, it's about Jason Bourne overcoming a situation. Very rarely do we focus on a single villain. It started off as Carlos the Jackal, and if you watch the Matt Damon movies, they make almost no mention of Carlos. So forget that part.
Yeah,
which
because
is really a shame.
Yeah, because don't forget Carlos the Jackal. I believe he was Carlos the Jackal was an actual terrorist, but I believe from the was it from the 1970s or 1980s? It was long before the Bourne movies. I think I think the books, if I'm not mistaken, dealt with the Cold War, if I'm not mistaken. I'll be honest with you. I tried reading one of the Bourne books, but I couldn't get through it. I was lost. Maybe I have to reread it again, but I was completely lost. But from what I recall, it was very politicized. From what I remember, it was very politicized, and I think it dealt with the Cold War. But when the movies came out, the Cold War was already over, so the topic wasn't so relevant. So they had to update.
Right.
They had to update the topic. Okay.
And oftentimes that happens a lot with TV shows, movies. Anytime you have to adapt something, and just like we were talking with Superman Returns, if you don't do the proper updating, it's not going to hold up. If you try to do a period piece out of time, doesn't always work. If you do a period piece, it has to be deep in that period, and it has to be completely about that period. You could do a brand, like if you take the remake of Hairspray, it's in that time period, so it fits right down to the
Yeah.
poodle skirts on everybody.
Exactly.
If they were to do a remake, even when they did like Grease 2, you know what I'm saying? It was still, it fit the time period that it was supposed to be. So let's see, somebody, what does that say?
I do want to jump in real quick and say that I think that Superman Returns was integral to us getting Henry Cavill and the Man of Steel and stuff. It definitely needed. It may not have been the movie we wanted it to be, but it was the movie we needed to have.
True.
Yeah.
Just because it got us past, like having a new costume, that by itself was like, what? But it gave people the opportunity to prepare themselves for something new, something different.
Yeah.
And oftentimes when you hear the word, like, especially today, because now in 2022, oh my God, reboots and remakes, that's horrible. Why would you do that? That's blasphemy. That's a bad word. You might as well just be cussing, but not all remakes and not all reboots are bad. And I think one of the things that, and this is my hot take that I'll die on this hill. Sometimes a reboot or remake is necessary to update the material for a new audience.
Yeah.
Well, like for instance, I can't see moving from Superman, the number after 3. I don't like that one either. To Man of Steel. It would be too jarring.
Yeah.
But moving from Returns to Man of Steel was a much smoother segue.
Definitely a better transition. Definitely a better transition. So
I love Henry Cavill and everything he does.
Oh, I love.
Yeah,
Henry
like
Cavill.
the man does no wrong. There's this one movie, and I would have to go through his IMDb to find it. But there's this one movie where it's after Immortals because he's a little bit older.
Yeah.
But I want to say he plays like Bruce Willis's son or something. And right. And it's this like, Bruce Willis has like a string of direct-to-video movies out there. I'll actually go back and find, but basically like Bruce Willis is a CIA agent or something like that. He gets hemmed up and caught and captured, and the people are coming to the house. Henry Cavill is playing the son, and he's trying to like find his dad. So he's working with the CIA handler, to try to find the dad. And it's like, even that movie was good.
The Cold Light of Day.
Thank you. See, I'm not
never
crazy.
Heard of it. I'm going to be watching it probably tomorrow.
Surprisingly good.
The Cold Light of Day. The one for me was Starlight or Stardust.
Yes.
I didn't realize he was in that until later on, and then I went back and watched it specifically just to see him in it.
Wait, I have a. This is a throwback, and this is one of my favorite movies. And one of our viewers, I don't know if he's watching tonight, but Alex Bell's good buddy of mine, and a very thorough movie critic. If you want to know about a movie, if he's seen it, you will get the perfect review. But Alex Bell's and I talk about this movie all the time. The Count of Monte Cristo.
Yes.
He is the son in The Count of Monte Cristo.
Okay, I didn't see that movie.
Oh, great! Now that's
that is on your watch list. Okay. Add that to your watch list today.
I have to make some time because I'm still busy writing.
You could put a pause on Arrow and watch that movie. I will. You know what? Matter of fact, this is another great segue. I'm going to go on Amazon and I'm going to pull up The Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm going to ship you a copy of that movie. It's that good. I will buy it for you.
All right.
I agree.
But while I'm on Amazon, let's take a look at this. Oh, what's this on my screen? I've got Russell Brooks, and all of his books are available through Amazon. So look at that. Yeah. So talk to us about the books. Okay, so you've got there's 4 books and Secession, Pandora Secession. Is that a full?
Actually, what you see of Pandora Secession on the far right, that's an old book cover, and this is someone, obviously what happens is that from what I understand here, that that book right there that you see with the old book cover, that is being sold through a third party. Okay, there's some in their independent bookstores. Like if you look, is there even a price on it? No.
It says unknown binding. There's no real details.
Yeah.
So we'll skip that one and we'll talk about the look. I'll keep this right there. So we'll just talk about the 4 books right there.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good idea.
We'll just talk about those 4.
Yeah. Okay. So Pandora's Succession was my first book, and when before I was writing, I was saying to myself, I had the idea of actually. Yeah, I'm trying to get away from Superman, but I can't get away from Superman because just a little secret that I haven't told a lot of people that
this is a Grown A Geeks premiere. No one else heard. You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, I actually had an idea. Back when Superman Returns before it came out, when there was all the buzz and the hype about it. I was thinking to myself, okay, what if I were to write a Superman script? Would it be a good idea or would it be a waste of time? I was saying to myself, okay, yeah, sure, I can write a Superman. I can write a Superman script or a novel that, and then shop it around. But then I was saying to myself, what's the chances of it being picked up? Because there's all copyright things and this and that, and there's all sorts of red tape. So, but I did have an idea of a Superman movie, Superman with Brainiac and Lois Lane. I had the scenes play out in my head and everything like that, but I decided, look, instead of doing that, why don't I do something else?
I just want to show this. Anybody could have written a good story. If Nick Cage was going to be cast, Kevin Smith. A lot of people have gone on this. So as a writer, I think you would have been fine to have written something. And at this point, DC's like, whatever. They're just throwing pencils at the wall and whatever sticks.
Yeah.
So why the hell not? Give it a shot.
But I decided, look, I already had an idea going for the longest while. Since I was 12 years old, it was a bunch of hit and misses, and fast forward, I went all the way through, and I had a manuscript written when I was.
Jamie, add a new comment, Jamie. What do you mean? Amazon, is that a typo? Fixes you? Because I feel like you might be saying something different, and maybe autocorrect said something different.
Okay, but just wait. They'll explain. But yeah. It was a very tough journey. It wasn't easy because after I finished writing the manuscript, back then, when you wanted to send your manuscript, you had to send copies. You had to send copies by snail mail. We didn't have, the publishers and agents weren't accepting so much by email back then, but it happened afterwards that they would start accepting email because it was a lot easier. And I got a lot of, when I sent the synopsis or I sent the teaser to an agent, I had several agents that said, yes, this sounds interesting. Please send the rest of the story or send the next 5 chapters, and I would do so. and
kind of what I thought.
They would afterwards the agents would write back and say, okay, sorry, but I can't find, this is not what my publisher is looking for. I couldn't find a publisher that is interested in this right now. So, I just had to keep on trying, and I was going on and on and on and on. It just didn't work. And eventually I bumped into, online. I stumbled on websites of professionals in the industry who were able to guide me along the right way and helped me polish my manuscript to bring it up to publication standard. And finally, in 2010, not in 2010, even before then, I was told, you don't really need to get a publisher. Okay. There are many, you can self-publish your book or independently publish your book. It doesn't have the same stigma. As long as it's professionally written, you can get it out there as long as it's professionally written and you have it's properly promoted. Then it can get it out there. And Amazon Kindle was relatively new at the time, so that's what I ended up doing, and that's how I got my first novel, Pandora Succession. I first started writing when I was back in high school, and it evolved and evolved and evolved, and now that's what you see right now. And
now, for someone who's unfortunately not, this is the first I've heard of your books, but I'm a huge book nerd.
okay,
Is Pandora Succession the first one I should read? Is it like?
yeah, it's the first in a series. Okay, there's Pandora Succession, which is a full-length novel, and it's followed by Unsavory Delicacies. Unsavory Delicacies is a short story trilogy, and it's part of the Ridley Fox Nita Paris canon.
Doctor. She didn't spend all that time in medical school to be called.
Dr. Nita Paris. She's a scientist. You're right. Okay. Bad Russell. Yeah. She's a scientist.
How am I correcting him on his characters? My bad. Continue.
She's a scientist. So.
And there are three in that series.
Keep it short.
$15.93. You can own all three books. Pandora Succession
on Kindle.
Unsavory Delicacies and the Demeter Code.
Yeah.
And this would get you this would be digital.
Yeah.
Not paperback. So just so you know.
There's digital. And Unsavory Delicacies is only available as an ebook because it's so small. You can finish reading it in 21 minutes. So
sounds like you've timed that.
Was that?
21 minutes is awful specific.
I've had a lot of people. I've had a lot of feedback, and people told me, "Yeah, I read it in 20 minutes." That's what everyone's told me.
You've got a comment here. This is from Jamie. She's curious how you get your ideas for your novels, other than Superman. Okay. Are they from your own experiences?
Okay, excuse me, Clinton. Back up, Clinton. Okay. Yeah.
We love pets here at Grown A Geeks.
All right. Okay, Clinton, you can stay. As long as you don't walk across the keyboard, Okay. So where do I get my ideas? I get my ideas from various sources. Most of the time many times it could be an article I read in the newspaper, or it could be, I didn't know you had a little pooch.
I've got, he's got one. I've got three.
Okay.
This is Roxy. She's our mascot.
Okay.
Or one of them.
Are you sure it's not one of my three?
I was about to say one of them.
Dogs.
One of them. Handsome Jack is clearly the mascot.
Handsome. He's a shoulder dog. He sits on your shoulder. Exactly. I don't know where he is right now. I think he's on the Sonic pillow. Gotcha. Yeah, he is. Come here, Jack.
All right. So as I was saying, there's several places I get ideas for my stories. Sometimes I get them from, let's say, like a story in the newspaper, or it may be just I may get an idea. Like take for instance Pandora Succession. I got the idea I got for the plot for Pandora Succession was the first place was from back in the back in the 1990s or the early 2000s. There in Tokyo, Japan, there were a series of there were attacks in
everything
the Tokyo
that was coming
subway.
through the mail.
Pardon me?
Oh no, okay, go ahead.
No, there were a series of Tokyo subway attacks. They were unleashing sarin gas in the Tokyo subways, and it was from a doomsday cult. Okay, so I got a doomsday cult. That was one of the ideas I threw in for Pandora Succession, and I remember very well. I was on my way to track practice. Okay, I was riding in Montreal. We don't call it the subway here in Montreal. No, you'll get beaten up if you call it the subway. It's called the metro in Montreal. And
metro.
Yeah, in Montreal. Yeah, Washington D.C. I believe they Washington D.C.'s metro is modeled after either Paris or Montreal, but one of the two. But they call it the metro as well. I was in the metro and there was a billboard, an electronic billboard that flashed and said something about a nuclear winter. And the first thing that came to mind when I read the words nuclear winter was radioactive snow. And I was saying, how could you create radioactive snow? That would be a great, well, I shouldn't say that. That would be a very
interesting, fascinating.
Yeah, that would be a different type of biological weapon if you can make snow radioactive. But I ran with that idea and I spoke to one of my chemistry teachers and we went back and forth, and then I kind of modified things around, and I just put things together, and here I have Pandora's Succession, where the question I ask everyone who wants to know what it's about, I just pitch them and say, where would you hide if you learned that the CDC and a major pharmaceutical company unleashed a hyper deadly microbe on the human race? Where would you hide?
At home, apparently. That's I mean, it seems like if there was going to be now, well, here's the question. Would that be because you studied your degree is in
biology.
Yes. So what's the difference between a pandemic and an epidemic?
Well, a pandemic, pandemic is usually, it's my understanding that a pandemic is something that's worldwide, on a global scale. An epidemic is similar to a pandemic, but it's more on a localized, more on a regional scale. So that's my understanding. I'd have to look in the definitions again because I may be wrong. Okay.
And that's fair enough. But I would think, based on your question, I think it would be dependent upon how would you avoid something like that? You would, of course, I would think based on everything I've seen in my experience in my lifetime, all the shit I've experienced in my couple of years, I would probably just stay at home because that's where I'm going to be safest for a little while. But Walking Dead tells me that's not going to work. And so, but then, what I think of 28 days later, I can't stay at home. I got to be on the move. Yeah. So, there's no setting up a town. There's no creating a place where we can all exist. No, you have to stay mobile. And then, of course, you have I Am Legend. There's all these different scenarios that have been presented to us. Mm-hmm. And I think your background in biology kind of sets up a situation like this to say, this is how it could be. This is what I would do. And I think it's a fantastic premise to create as a hypothetical.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's a plausible hypothetical, because we're not talking about a situation where, we're not talking James Bond where some guy is a billionaire and he's going to put a laser on the moon type crap. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about real shit that could happen.
Yeah.
And that's honestly what I probably appreciate most about what I read was that these were real places, real situations, and it felt very, I won't say it felt normal, but it felt believable. Okay, I think that's the word I'm looking for. It felt believable. It was plausible.
Yeah. Well, that's something that's very important for me, that every book I write, I want, even though it's fiction, I do my best to maintain a certain degree of realism in the story. Because one thing I've learned from various books I've read, to help me, I'm mostly self-taught, but in one of the self-help books I've read, the author made an important point. As an author, we have to realize that it's not just the average person who's going to be reading our stories. Okay, it's not just going to be a fan of this. Yes, I may have fans of Jason Bourne or fans of Mission Impossible who will enjoy reading about Ridley Fox and Dr. Nita Paris. But I also have to realize that there will be various professionals who actually work in work in similar fields like law enforcement, or let's say who work in courtrooms, or work, let's say, work in intelligence, okay, who would also be reading my stories. And those individuals who know the subject matter very inside out that I bring up in the story, they're going to be your biggest critics, and they will know whether the story, they're going to be able to say right away, no, that can never happen in real life. Oh, they'll roll their eyes and say, no, this can never happen. They're going to be your biggest critics, okay? And, you know, they may end up being your most influential reviewers in the end, okay? So
as a computer guy,
yeah.
I'd hate to see anybody in movies do anything with the word hacking.
Yeah.
But Sam, we're hacking into the mainframe. I just need 2 laptops and a keyboard not plugged into anything.
No.
Having said that, though, Hackers is still a great movie.
Still a great movie.
Still love that movie to this day.
But the fact that I have 256 megabytes of RAM and a solid state hard drive doesn't mean that I'm gonna get into the Pentagon. And the fact that they dumb it down, and because they throw these words out, and just like you're saying, like somebody is gonna be aware, and that's gonna take them out of that moment. So if you don't have that accuracy, like either you need to put so much science in it that only a small group of people can criticize it, or you need to like avoid the terminology and just show it. Because if you don't say dumb stuff, I won't know what you did, and I'll assume that maybe you did something I don't know. But the moment your guy's like, oh no, all we have to do is find a back door, and like they're like, oh, I'm just gonna put a worm into the mainframe, go through the back door, and boom, we're in. No, it takes hours to hammer through that key coder sequence.
Yeah.
It takes hours. You don't do that in 5 minutes. But I digress. So, yes, I definitely think that the accuracy in the books is certainly important. And you're right. Those are the people who are going to be the biggest critics, because they're going to be the ones who were enjoying it until it pulled them out.
Yes.
And being pulled out of that moment, you know, you have to have the suspension of disbelief in most cases when you deal with anything, unless it's just a literal biography or what's the other documentary? Thank you. Unless it's one of those, you gotta realize you're watching something fiction.
Yeah.
And anytime you're watching something fiction, there's that moment. There's going to be that thing that you just have to like forgive and look over.
Yeah, there's some.
If you can minimize the number of things you have to forgive and look over, kudos to you.
Yeah, because there's also the entertainment aspect, and that's one thing I realize as well. Like, take for instance in the Demeter Code. What's a good scene I can talk about? Well, let me just break it down for you. Like when I'm writing let's say if I'm writing a scene, like a scene that involved like with the Demeter Code, I got a lot more help with the Demeter Code than I did with any other book, you know, that I've written before. And one thing I needed help with was guns. Okay, there's a lot of there are many scenes that involve guns, and what I did is that I was referred to a gun expert who has his own in Colorado, who owns his own
range.
Yeah, shooting range. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. He owns his own shooting range, and I was introduced to him virtually, and he was more than happy when he heard, oh, someone's writing a book and he's talking about guns, a spy novel. Oh, I'm all in for that. He was really excited to help me, and he was able to explain to me, okay, look, now this guy or this character, I see him using this type of gun and why. Okay, and he also explained that, look, you have to understand that guns do jam. Okay, that's a common occurrence. I said, you watch movies where the guns never jam, but in real life, guns can jam a lot more often than you think. And that's one thing. And that's one thing I decided to do in Chapter 1. If you remember Chapter 1 of the Code.
That, you know what?
So,
go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, I just have a quick. I mean, my question is this: obviously, in talking to this gun expert, he influenced your novel to some degree. When you do your research, does it change your story? I mean, the believability aspect, of course, but you wrote in a gun jam because he talked about how the guns jam.
Yeah.
So, have you had other aspects when you've done your research like that have influenced your story?
Well, I mean, the scene where Dr. Nita Paris was, there was a scene where she's in a hotel, and she was trying to rescue one of her assets. Okay, an asset that she recruited, and she was involved in a shootout. And at one point there, her gun jams. I just decided to throw that in because I thought it would add a lot more suspense to the story. And at this point here, she had to switch to doing martial arts. So it was a way to transition, a unique way to transition from, let's say, from the gunfight to martial arts. And so it was a way to transition. Oh, what's this? I hear an echo here.
Sam, pull this up.
What was your question again? Because I got distracted there.
Sorry, that was loud.
In your research, has it influenced or changed your story that you had? Like, obviously, when you go into writing a book, you have a story in your head or inspiration.
Yeah.
And then as you do your research, does it actually really shift or just minutely shift the story?
Well, fortunately, what I do is I do my research before I start writing. I have my ideas and I put them on index cards, a series of index cards. Let me see if I can show you an example right here. Like the book I wrote, okay, before I even started writing it, or I should say typing it out, I put everything on index cards, okay? Sometimes double-sided. All my ideas I put here. So this is like my skeleton. And with this, I do my research because my biggest fear is that I don't do my research and I'm all excited and I go and write, and then I do my research after and I said, oh, I'm gonna have to change the plot of the story. I have to change this and change that. So in order to avoid that problem, I prepare in advance. Now, yes, to answer your another part of your question, yes, there are times when I do research and like throughout the story, like if I'm fact checking and I find something, okay, I fact check something that I did not think of fact checking before. Well, I will not necessarily, fortunately, I never had to, let's say, like delete, rewrite the story. I was able to, let's say, like modify certain things, like with Jamrun, which I'm on the 4th draft right now, and if all goes well, it'll be available by Christmas. I'm currently doing some fact checking with some real professionals, and I've already taken note of the questions, the things I need to fact check, and I've kept in mind that I may need to modify things, but fortunately so far, I did not have to make major changes. There are very minor changes that, let's say, like rewriting, let's say, a couple of paragraphs or so in each chapter in order to adapt. Okay, that answer your question?
Yeah. That's cool.
Okay, there's a question here that's been sitting here for quite a while. I didn't forget you, Ty Gabriel Longworth. It was
called that man whole government.
What was that?
Said you call this whole government. Just okay. Ty, that's Ty. He's one of our mods. He's been on a couple of shows with me.
Okay. How did you figure out the style you wanted to write your books in? Okay. How do I figure out my style? When you say, okay, what do you mean by style exactly?
So we'll let him respond to that to see how, as far as your question, Ty, clarify, how did you figure out the style you wanted to write in your books? Okay. So I would think it would be the style. What did you think that because earlier we were talking about being character driven.
Okay.
Or we were talking about the antagonist, we were talking about the protagonist. So with your stories or with your books,
okay,
what is your focus in the story? Do you like to focus more on your characters? Do you like to focus more on your plot? Do you like, what is your motivation? Let's start there while he does that.
Okay, well, there are some stories that, like, take for instance with Nita Paris and Ridley Fox. I would say those are more plot-driven stories. So my style is designed around the plot of the story, and my characters come afterwards. And the thing is that I will start with the plot, and the thing is that I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know my characters too well when I first start writing the story. It's usually by the end. Okay, by the time I finish the story, I get to know the characters so much better. Okay, in fact, I get to know them so well that I can go back to the earlier chapters and,
revise something.
I'm looking for?
Revise.
Yeah, revise the characters because I know them so well. Okay, I can actually improve them at the earlier part of the story and move them on. Okay, however, there is in my Eddie Barrow series, in the first Eddie Barrow book I wrote, Chill Run, that's more of a character-driven story, and it's just basically the style. The style is I determine that my style based on the idea I'll have. Okay. The idea that I may have at the time. Okay. If I want to write a book about, like, for instance, when I wrote Pandora Succession, or when I wrote the Demeter Code, I know it was going to be a book about terrorism, bioweapons. So there's going to be a lot of hard science in it. So I go from that point of view there. But when I wanted to go with Eddie Barrow, because after I wrote Pandora Succession, I did want to write the sequel right away, but it just wasn't working. It just wasn't happening. No matter how hard I tried, it just didn't happen. And I was just driving one day, and I just came up with this idea. Okay, look, instead of doing a story with let's say, like, the hero, okay, the hero that can who knows how to handle a gun, who can defend himself, the person that could potentially save the world. Okay,
right.
How about I do the opposite? I do, instead of doing an international thriller, why don't I do something more localized, where the main character is the guy next door that you probably see at the grocery store and don't even notice, okay? Or you'll see at the bus stop that you don't even notice, or you'll drive your car and on a rainy day and you run through a puddle and splash someone and you don't even give a care, okay? So I decided to go with the Peter Parker approach, okay? Peter Parker before he became Spider-Man, okay?
Okay.
And so I start with he's the underdog. Eddie Barrow is the underdog.
So
he's just someone just like us who is down on his luck. He lost his job and his girlfriend on the same day. And yeah, wow. He gets home just to find a notice of eviction if the rent is not paid, because his best friend who lives with him, his best friend Corey, he hasn't been much help lately. He's lost job after job after job. He's turned to drink because he was on a Canadian program which is similar to American Idol, and it was all going well from at first, and then during the audition, a live audition, it just fell apart, and then it went viral. His audition went viral, and he became dubbed on Twitter, on social media, as the worst singer in Canada. And so he can't keep a job because everywhere he goes, everyone's going, "Hey, I know you. I saw you're from that TV show, that Canadian Idol TV show, you know." And he can't keep a job, and his girlfriend works in a strip club, And yeah,
You talk about it in every band. This doesn't even sound like the guy next door. This sounds like the guy that needs to have a book written about him.
yeah. So basically, these are the characters, and this is Eddie Barrow's life, and he is he's struggling to get his first book published, and he's getting rejection letter after rejection letters. So it's kind of sort of like my experience.
Was there some
but not just my experience,
right? Like,
this
hey,
is the
wait a minute
experience
now.
of almost every author. Okay.
So here's a question,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna throw this out because I read your bio. So were you on Canadian Idol? Because
No.
you are very talented. You play the violin, the viola.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Because there's like 5 different things I saw.
Yeah. Okay. When I was in high school, well, when I was young, I think I was around 4 years old. That's when I started to play the violin. Okay.
So we got violin.
When I got into high school, I learned to play the piano. Was it high school? Yeah, it was in high school. I learned to play the piano, and then when I was in the school band, so I played the bassoon in the school band because it was a wind orchestra. It wasn't a string orchestra. So
that's 3.
Yeah. So I was in music class. I learned to play the bassoon, and my music teacher, he purchased an electric bass guitar, and he asked me if I could learn to play this, and he gave it to me to take home, and I was up for several hours, and I came back the next day. Okay, I learned a little bit how to play. Okay, but I can't say I was like an advanced player of electric bass guitar, but I learned to play the notes because I was able to read. I was very good at sight reading, so I was able to figure out the notes. And
that's still 4 different instruments.
4. So let me see. The violin. There's the viola. I learned the viola because I was in a string orchestra at the same time. So I was supercharged at that time there. But I've let go all the other ones. I just stayed with the violin. In fact, I should start back playing the violin. It's been several months I haven't played because I've been so preoccupied with so many other things at once. So hopefully I'll be able to find some time to pick up the violin and start playing again. But
it sounds like you definitely draw from some personal experience, some universal experience, and you're definitely wanting to make your characters well-rounded, and again, like one of the big things that I'm a fan of, make them believable. Mm-hmm. These seem like characters that exist, not some fantasy, they call them Mary Sues, and they're, like super talented. They can do everything. Mm-hmm. And, or even a Mary Stu who just like is perfect in every aspect. Jamie had a couple of questions and Kevin had a question. So we're going to get to those.
Okay.
I hope we answered Ty's question. He did not follow up, but I think we got around to figuring out the style. Okay.
I don't disclose my age. It's personal.
Okay. So he's a young guy.
I like to keep people guessing. I like to keep people guessing because the funny thing is about my age is that whenever I go to the United States, whenever I travel south of the border to the United States, and take for instance, the last time I was in the U.S. was in Cape Cod. It was in 2000. Yeah, it was in 2019 because before COVID hit, and I went into the liquor store, and with my friends, and I bought I bought 2 bottles and came to the counter, and the girl at the cashier, she was looking at me. Okay, I'm not going to take any chances. I want to see some ID. And I was like, okay. I'm looking at her and I'm saying she must be still in. She must be like first year of university or something like that. Or, and I'm saying to myself, I'm actually a lot older. I'm a lot older than you are. But here's my ID. And she looking at it and I said, okay. You're from Quebec. You're in Canada. Yep. So where's the birth date? And I says right here. Oh my gosh, I never would have guessed. I said, black don't crack, young lady. So
see, all this salt in my beard gives me away. Like Jeff and I, we can't pull that off no more. We are very grown, so we can't pull that off no more. So Russell, you've got a website. What's your website?
RussellParkway.com.
RussellParkway.com. So you can check RussellParkway.com, and that's where they can sign up for the mailing list to be notified of the new books when they come out, and gives them links to purchase the books direct, if I'm not mistaken, because that's where I got mine. As you saw, you can definitely find them on Amazon. Now, the ones on Amazon, you have the option to either get the digital versions, and it was
you can either get ebooks. You can get my books are available as ebooks and as soft cover paperbacks right now. The Unsavory Delicacies is only available as an ebook. It's because it's so small. It's a short story trilogy, so it didn't make sense making it into let's say like a paperback novel.
But that is actually part of the Dr. Paris and Ridley Fox series.
It's when I wrote it.
It's a good tie-in for those characters. A little bit more background and a little bit more detail.
Actually, those three stories. Actually, two of the short stories involve Ridley Fox, and those stories, the way I wrote them, they serve as like a bridge. Okay, one of them serves as a bridge between Pandora's Succession and the Demeter Code, and another one before the events of Pandora's Succession.
Okay.
So one of them is actually a prequel to Pandora's Succession, and the other one could serve as a bridge between the Pandora's Succession and the Demeter Code.
Okay, good deal. So check the books out. I think we got all of Jamie's book questions. Oh no, she had one more book question. Let me grab that. And
while he does that, I just want to say it's been a true pleasure, but I do have to get off and go to work in the morning. Okay. So it was nice to meet you, though, and I'll definitely be picking up one of these books here soon.
All right. Well, I just want to mention something is that I have a GoFundMe campaign going on right now because I'm independently published. But I really need a lot of help trying to get my next book, Jam Run, published. So, what I'm doing right now is that I have a GoFundMe set up on my website where if you donate, you can donate a certain amount. In exchange, you can get copies of my books.
Okay. Now, obviously, would you prefer us to buy straight off your website? Or Amazon?
I would, let me see. Well, it's up to you. I don't like to strong arm anybody, but it helps me a lot more.
That's what we want to know.
Yeah, it helps me a lot more if you want to buy a paperback novel. It helps me a lot more if you buy directly from me. If you want to buy a paperback novel. And that would be the website,
www.russellparkway.com.
Yeah, just go there and you can you can, for the paperback, you can either go through, as I say, you can either go through the GoFundMe, just follow the instructions, for the GoFundMe to see how it works. And if you have any additional questions, just email me. I'll be very happy to assist you. And I don't know if there are any other Canadians in this group here, but if there's anyone from Canada in this group, I have another special for Canadians. I've partnered with a local charity that deals with that actually helps to fight racism and discrimination and homophobia, and they've partnered with me to help me fundraise for my book. So if you donate, if you're a Canadian and you donate, choose the option where you want to donate as a Canadian, and and what's going to happen is that what you can get is, in addition to getting perks, you can also get a tax deductible receipt because you're donating to my campaign through a local charity, a recognized registered charity. So,
okay, well that is a big plus.
Y'all have a great night.
All right,
Jeff. Thanks so much, man.
Thanks for coming, Jeff. Okay. Now, after a book has published, have you found that you might have gotten a fact wrong? So far, have I gotten any facts wrong? So far, I don't think to my knowledge, I haven't gotten any facts wrong yet. Okay. Because the thing is that, one thing I remember being taught in high school is that a theory can never be proven. A theory can only be disproven. Okay. So the facts that the subject matter that is in my stories, the facts that I used to help create the subject matter were based on facts as they were available at the time I wrote the story. Now the thing is that things can change. There can be new research that can disprove something from the past. So that may change things, okay? But in fact, the opposite has actually happened, okay? With Pandora's Succession, there was a lot of criticisms. Even one of my editors told me that she had a lot of problems believing the find it realistic, the bioweapon that I created in Pandora's Succession. And, and I told her, look, this is what I researched, and this is from my own personal knowledge, okay, from what I've studied in university. So I feel confident that that something like this can actually happen, okay? And I think it was a couple of years later, I think it was about 5 or 6 years later, okay, she emailed me with an article that she found in a science magazine. I don't know if it was Scientific American or one of those recognized science magazines, with the subject heading saying, Russell, I take it back. I take back what I said, okay? And she showed me an article which actually corroborated, okay, what I wrote in Pandora's Succession, okay? I'm not going to tell you what it is because I don't want to give away the spoiler, okay? But she told what she wrote. She said, Russell, Pandora's Succession technically predicted this event. So I said, well, that's why I stick with what I know. Okay, when I know something and I really am confident about something, I'm going to stick with it. And if I do get a fact wrong, okay, yeah, I mean, there's nothing much I can do at that point there, but I do my utmost best to make sure that my facts are on point, and I'll go as far as consulting with professionals. And with the Demeter Code, for instance, I actually got help from a university professor in England at Sussex University in England, who specializes. He's I believe he's microbiology, and I discovered him because he helped co-author an article that dealt with the same subject matter that was in the Demeter Code. So when I saw that, I saw him, I went on Google, I tracked him down, and I contacted him. I said, listen, I read your article with great interest, okay? And I introduced myself. I told him what I do. And I said, your article actually touches on the same subject matter that's found in my book, but I need your help with something else, okay? And he said, sure. And he was very happy to help me. And, several hours later, I have my own with his help, I created a fictional biological weapon. Okay, you've gone, I can't hear you, Sam. You've gone silent. Your mic is turned off, Sam.
There we go. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, that is one of the things.
Real quick. Sorry, I've been kind of out of it. I just got a notification that my bank account's been overdrawn. Someone's actively in a Walmart account of mine and is trying to order stuff, lots of stuff. Jesus. So I'm on there. I've deleted my card off of there, and I've changed things and all that. And I'm trying to get them to log him out of my account. I have the guy's information. I have his address, his name. I have his LinkedIn profile.
That's
wow.
real hack. That's real
You don't
hacking.
you don't mess with me with that kind of stuff. I'm sorry.
That's real hacking.
I'm
We
the
were just
wrong
talking about
person.
that.
I'm
Like,
live too. Y'all want me? I'll put him on blast. He's in Sydney, Ohio.
see, that's how you hack right there.
Good
So
job.
Okay,
I'm on chat with Walmart customer support trying to get them to log him out. So.
No, take care of that. You need to take care of that.
You need a moment? Let me know.
Right.
But yeah, one of the things that I like most, as I said before, is the realism and the and I guess for lack of a better phrase, the facts that are in the book. It's not, even though it's a fictional story, it's plausible.
Yeah.
It is something that could happen. And so often when we, especially me, like when I read books like this, because I'm a big fan and I read a lot of different books like that, one of the things I find is that there's always some fantasy element to it that keeps it from being real. Something that makes it non-plausible. Like that couldn't happen because let's see. And we got, because Linda, that's it. She got support. So they're like, DJ Fastnax is in. He's like, tell me I got you. Jamie's like, basically put him on blast.
His name is Jeffrey Wood. He lives at 21500 TAWAWA Street, so Tawawa Street.
Oh Lord.
Sydney, Ohio 45365.
Oof. Do better.
Jeff. He goes by Jeff instead of Jeffrey because I looked it up and there's multiple Jeffreys in there, one of which died in 2020. This is not him. This Jeff specifically is 50 and the other one who died is 55. So yeah. I mean, I feel a little bad for him because you're sitting here. He's doing he's doing a few pickup in stores too for grocery items at my local Walmart, and I'm like, you gonna come to Georgia, my guy?
More importantly, let's go to the Walmart and wait on him.
No, like so the rest of the more expensive items, because he's doing grocery store things that are to there. The more expensive items, like he's tried to order a phone a couple of times, and I keep catching it and canceling it. Plus, I've removed the card anyway, but I don't know if it will let him still check out with my card, even though I removed it from the account. So
depending on the bank, sometimes you can actually just like lock the card itself. Even if the card is still on the account, you can just lock the card.
I need to call. I'm going to call my bank tomorrow and be like, hey, can y'all take this? Because they're going to give me an overdraft fee because it's not going to go back soon enough. So I'm gonna have to
Jamie,
call them,
I'm down to ride. Let's go. I'm a rider. Let's do it.
So my account is overdrafted $83 now.
Oh, jeez.
And I don't get paid till Friday.
Oh.
So that's great. And now anything else that might come out tomorrow, because it's the end of the month. So you have subscription stuff is all coming out. It's all going to hit me with more fees if I don't have it fixed by Friday.
No, just let them know, and I'm sure the bank will say, "Look, this is not your fault. You were being robbed, so they'll have to waive those fees."
Yeah, I haven't really had a lot of issues with them, so I'm trying to check and see how I haven't had to lock a card. There it is. Like I haven't had to lock a card in a while. Here we go. Locked. There we go.
Yeah.
Good luck buying stuff on my account now.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And if you've already reported it, then most times the banks will do a pretty good job based on when you reported it and the transactions around the time, so that those don't actually create overdrafts. But we're Grown A Geeks.
Yeah,
you're good. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. If you could, while I got you and I got Jamie and she's still active, Jamie, do me a favor. Clarify your question from earlier. You were asking about. You said so. Let me put it up here. It says, so forgive me, I'm unaware of the others here, but there is another woman, and I have a question for her regarding the end of days things.
End of days things? Like, what do you mean end of days
just
things?
Clarify, because I saw that, and I was like, I put a star on that bitch. I want to know what that was about. And why do only women know about the end of days? Wait, what? Wait, I felt like there was something I was missing, and I wanted to be a part of that conversation. So Jamie's going to clarify that. Russell, so we got I have a ticker at the bottom, bonus for Canadian donations. I think that's a fantastic cause that you have there. And everybody needs to go to russellparkway.com to get your copies of the book, get the paperbacks. It helps out a lot Just like I tell you all the time, click the QR code up in the corner. It means so much to us when you do those little things.
Yeah. And there's another thing too. I posted the first chapter of Jam Run on my website. Yeah.
Okay.
So
cool.
So the thing about Jam Run is that you don't need to read Chill Run, okay, to know what happens in Jam Run. Because, the thing is that when I wrote Chill Run back in 2011, I wrote it as a standalone novel. It wasn't, it was just an idea that just popped in my head as I was driving one day. And once the idea hit, I pulled over to the side of the road and I made sure I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it. And yeah, it did not take me too long. Writing Chill Run only took me a few months to write because it was one of the easier books for me to write. It didn't involve too much research, but I did have put a lot of. You really put this guy on blast.
Oh, this is amazing.
Go look up his LinkedIn. He's not active because he's a loser and doesn't work. So
that's his fault. He shouldn't have been doing what he was doing. So he brought this on himself.
Yeah.
You do the crime, you do the crime.
I haven't looked into other social media.
Okay. Oh, okay. So here's the question. So if there was a zombie apocalypse, would you immediately shave your head or no? I just hate seeing how shows where the hair is all dyed and pretty. I would shave my head first thing.
I think it depends because you're not just talking about obviously it makes sense to have your head or keep your head shaved. It's one less thing you have to worry about with like cleaning. Also nothing can grab you, can't get snagged on things. But this is assuming you have long hair that can like long enough hair to get snagged on stuff. However, this also is one more piece of maintenance that you have to take care of. And unless you happen to have these things available to be able to shave your head, because remember a buzzer, things like that are going to require electricity. And you can cut your hair short with scissors, but that's once again trying to keep up with something. And you're probably going to rather want to use those scissors for like stabbing zombies or using for other, using in contact for other things that involves blood. And I don't know about you, but soap is probably also a little difficult to find or could be, or is at least a commodity. I wouldn't want to waste soap just to wash scissors so I can cut my hair. So I think it's more along the lines of something that instead of keeping like keeping your hair like buzzed, I'd say just trying to keep it somewhat short, at least short enough to where it's not going to catch on stuff. It's not going to be a big hazard, and it's not going to be an issue with trying to keep up with. So, and this is coming from me. I just buzzed my hair last year too.
Super valid point. Right. And like if anybody was going to be able to talk about a haircut.
So that's what annoys me in zombie apocalypse media that I see, like a TV movie, whatever, is whenever guys manage to keep nice, neat beards, either shaved completely or like just you can tell that they go and someone's getting it done or whatever.
Nobody's thinking about the makeup department. They're getting paid, but like this is not practical or realistic.
It like Walking Dead did an okay job with that. So that being said, I stopped watching Walking Dead before the end of or before the climax of the first part with Negan, I guess. So I don't want to say too much. And that's about around the same time I stopped reading the comic too.
Okay.
Hold on, Walmart's getting back to me. They're just going to close my account for me, and that's fine. I've used it once to try and do a pickup, and they never said it was available. They said it'll be ready by 11 a.m. tomorrow, and then when I went to check it by 11 a.m. the next day, is like it's still not ready for pickup. But like you said, 11 a.m. the next day. Never get the
notification.
So I just drove by like a Walgreens or something. I had to get some stuff before I went to a thing. So let's see.
Yeah, I will say like my Walmart, my local Walmart, it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. And anytime I've like tried to request something, I've had it shipped from. There's 2 Walmarts in the area where I live. I'm in the.
I was about to say, are you talking about the one that's like right by your house, or the one on the north end of town?
The one on the north end. The one right by my house. See, the funny thing is, I have no problems out of the one right by my house. The one on Salem Road. That's in the vicinity of my house. Let me say that in case I got enemies. I don't think I have any enemies. I'm not that big yet. But like the one that's close to my house, I can order stuff from there, and if they don't have it, it ships to the store from the one on the north side. So I actually am in Covington, and the one in Conyers, which is technically just on the other side of the interstate, it will ship from that Walmart to my local Walmart, and I can get it, and there's no problem. But if I try to do pickup for the one in Conyers, it seems like they never have it.
Now, for as far as bike, do you mean like a bike from like one like Bike Girl? I think from like the very beginning, or are you talking about like Daryl's motorcycle?
Right,
because I know
that's
Norman Reedus.
Serious question.
Oh, yeah. Norman Reedus has stayed local for a while. I think he fell in love with a lot of the areas where it was shot, and I knew a lot of people that like, cause I used to kick around over in McDonough and Snellville, and I know a lot of people around in those areas. He used to frequent a shooting range around there, and people would run into him all the time.
Okay.
So they said he was a really cool guy.
Yes, the actual motorcycle.
Oh, nice.
That is actually pretty badass. And I just want to say that's one of our new members, Kevin Adams. Sorry to put
Kevin
you out
Adams
there like that.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, that's one of our new members. He jumped in and he's joining us tonight. Okay. We got a pretty good crowd tonight. I appreciate all y'all being here. That's awesome.
Also, yeah, us all in the same area. That's we all like. That's how we all know each other. So.
Right. It's how it started.
Yeah. So, basically.
I actually had a childhood friend. His name is Kevin Adams. He lived across the street from me.
See, there you go. Small world. It might be this Kevin. I don't know. Where are you from?
I don't think this is the same Kevin.
Kevin, where are you from? I don't know.
See, I wasn't born in Conyers, but I spent most of my life in Conyers. So probably from the age of around 3 or 4. Until I did move out for a short period of time, about 2 years in my late 20s to Lawrenceville, moved back, and now I live in Stone Mountain. So I'm a homeowner. I'm a millennial homeowner. That's like a unicorn right there, but
very much so. That is uncommon these days.
No, that's really cool. Norman Reedus gifted it. That's pretty awesome. I know Norman Reedus is a great guy.
There you go. And Kevin grew up in Conyers, so
yeah, we're all from Conyers. I went to Salem.
I will probably end up getting. You know what? Since we've segued Norman Reedus, I will probably end up getting on this arm. I think. I don't know. I have to talk with my brother and figure out where we're gonna do it. But I'm gonna get the Boondock Saints tattoo, and we're gonna have them on our forearms. And
I still need to get some kind of tattue. I have no tattoos.
Well, you don't have to.
Boring. No, I've wanted tattoos for a long time. I've wanted
dye your hair all the time.
Piercings. I only have gauged ears and dyed hair. And that's it. I need more. All right.
That's plenty. You don't have to. Like,
no, I'm gonna get nose piercings. I want to get both sides, and I want to get a septum at the very least. And I'd love to get vertical angel bites as well. Because you can get go like straight through.
I could see you with the ones
the little here.
What are those dermals?
Yeah, the problem with those, I don't want to get anything that sticks inside my mouth and might rub up against my teeth or gums.
Good point. Yeah,
so
I do know some people with some tongue rings and.
Oh yeah, I have enough issues with my teeth. I don't want to add to it, but no, the vertical ones, they go through the lip, so they don't go inside at all. And you can get ones that have like little spikes in the bottom, so they look like little vampire teeth. They're really cool.
Ah, look at that! See, look, and then, you got somebody that's going to go to get a tattoo with you. Well, you know what? That'll be a thing. We'll do a whole tattoo party because I got like 2 more tattoos to get. I know my wife is down for a tattoo just whenever the hell I say.
So I want to get the Joestar tattoo on my shoulder.
You know what? I want to get the one that says "to be continued."
I also want this guy. If y'all can't really see it too well, but it's basically the big Sailor Moon symbol thing. I'd love to get it as like a chest thing, but maybe on back. I just don't like angel wings on the back. I feel like it's too cliche.
I'll send the picture. Okay, so yeah, the picture of the bike, and I'll post that. You know what? You can post the picture in group. That is a thing you can do. So do that. Put it in group, and we will talk about it. And I'll be sure to tag it that we talked about it on the show.
And as far as the allergies thing that was also posted there, I have no allergies. I've done my research with piercings and everything. I have so many friends, and I know it sounds like you know, like, okay. But I did work at Hot Topic some years ago, and I learned a lot about piercings and all of that just from working there. That, and between the different GameStops I've worked in, a lot of people who would have piercings and would hide it from corporate when they'd come around. But because it's ridiculous to discriminate for stuff like that. But whatever. The world's run by old white men. So what are you going to do?
It's getting better.
It is.
Like,
so,
my job no longer requires that you have stuff like this covered. So I can get the tattoos that I want where I want them. My wife, where she works, which we won't even put it out there, but where she works is the type of place, it's a type of facility where that would not be expected, because it's very like business and such. And she is no longer restricted on tattoos or hair. There might be, babe, is there a restriction on hair color?
There tends to be a lot still, especially with professional environments.
Like,
even
as far as like
environments.
Coloring your hair.
I fought with having colored hair at GameStop.
Yes.
I'm like, you'd almost expect whoever works at GameStop to have
they
colored
actually
hair.
do. Right. And you know what? When I was a manager at GameStop, I would actually look for the people who had colored hair, because they have personality. Not to say anything about the people who don't, but there's a certain boldness about a person who will color their hair that I look for, and I zero in on that.
See, that's my trick there. Okay, I do this to make it seem like I have a personality, but in reality, I just sit around being sad all day and looking at memes. That's it. So,
but you fooled me, and that's all I needed.
But no, as far as like
me so well that you went and you fooled me for years on end, all the way to store manager, store leader, past that. That's how committed you were to tricking me.
But as far as the piercings and stuff goes, like I like my body, I've never had any issues. Like whenever I first gauged my ears back when I was like 20 or something like that. I went from an 18, 20, because I had just pierced my ears like 2 years prior to that. And I went up to my zeros, which I kept for a long time. I went up to those in like 6 months. My ears heal really quickly, and my body in general doesn't care. Like anytime I've had surgeries or anything, I bounce back real quick. I don't, the only thing that I tend to have issues with is whenever I'm on like hormonal stuff, and that sends me in like weird flies. But
not me. I got one ear pierced, and this bitch gets infected all the time. Like that's the main reason I've never gotten like my other ear pierced, because when I was younger, of course, like I could not wait to get my ear pierced. And at 18, I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm an adult now. You can't tell me I can't. I don't need your permission. Boom. Went out, got my ear pierced. And I had all the proper, it was a stainless steel with, and then like later on when it was time to replace that and put an actual earring in, I got sterling silver, and I thought everything was good. And if I take my ear, like right now today, if I take my earring out for say a week and a half, my ear swells. The lobe swells just slightly.
You might want to look into, because I know they make them, you might want to look into stuff with plastic posts, or just stuff made of organic material, even bone, wood, like any of that glass.
It is the equivalent of like a Deadpool or Wolverine healing factor. My ear is trying to close up 20 years later. My earlobe is still trying to close the hole.
I mean, it'll do that for most people, unless you have like with me, my ears being gauged as significantly as they are, because I'm at a 1/2 inch. Even mine though would shrink down. But like I've known a lot of people that are older in general that had their ears pierced like their whole life and stopped wearing earrings in like their 30s or 40s. And they'll close up real quick. So especially for a smaller hole like that.
Just wanted to reply to her question about she's getting her back covered with a labyrinth tattoo. I know someone who would be able to do that. Ty, welcome back, buddy. What's up, man? Did we ever figure out what shirt you have on, Ty? Are you wearing the same shirt? I just need to know. Like, this is mine. I have this because you thought you might have been wearing the same shirt. And
you mean he's not matching me with my cherries? And actually, they're not just cherries; they got skulls too. They're the little whites. They're little skulls.
See, yeah, if it says I'm all ears, that's what mine says. It's I'm all ears. So I think we have on the same shirt. Look at that. Great taste. See, great minds. Great minds.
See, and as far as going back to the piercing talk there too, I've wanted to get get piercings done, aside from just like my earlobes, for years, like probably since I was around 20 or 21 or so. And I was still living with my parents, like a lot of people in my generation, into my late 20s, and they were just completely against it. Like, oh, you're gonna regret it later. You're just going through a phase. Same with like, they put up with my colored hair, assuming I was gonna grow up and grow out of it, and it never happened. So it's as who I am. Sorry, it's not really a phase.
I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I've come to understand that, like, I think we're at a point now in society in general, you know what I'm saying? I feel like there's a lot more tattoo parlors today than there were when I was younger. It is much more socially acceptable to have tattoos, right to the point where a lot of companies have had to change their policies to permit and allow these types of things. And so you kind of have to get over it, because it's the way the world is moving now. And so your daughter, Jamie, can twin with me and Ty. I have it in green. I don't know what color Ty's is, but she has the shirt in pink. I'm all ears. She can twin with us. We'll triplet. But yeah, I mean, it's a normal thing. And
now it depends on, that's in America maybe, but it depends really on where you're at. I know in Japan, the tattoos are very, very, very much still not, looked upon positively, mostly because of, from what I understand, links with like Yakuza and things like that. So it's a good thing my brother that's over there doesn't have any tattoos, but it's not so bad. It's just like, you're not allowed, like, I think if I recall correctly, and I could be wrong, is you're not allowed in like certain like public areas, especially like things like bathhouses. So
that definitely.
No, my front door just opened and no one came in. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Hold on. Is that Jordan? David's out of town, so that's not Dave. I thought Jordan was upstairs.
I need you to check on that.
I've got a doorbell camera, so.
Wait a minute now. We just need to make sure that's not Jeff Wood, because I thought he was in Sydney, Ohio.
I think that's Jordan.
But he was also trying to get groceries local, so who knows? Jordan. That could be an issue. Real quick, while you figure that out, Russell.
Yes.
You've got a excerpt that you want to read for us.
Yes.
Just to kind of give us an idea of your characters, your stories, and let's just make sure we got everything in place here. Also create There we go. And I mean, it was about to get real. Oh, and for the record, that was Kevin that had his eyes, earbrow, and lip pierced back in the day. And I've seen those pictures. It's kind of funny. I work with Kevin, so it was kind of funny. We were comparing. I showed him my afro picture. He showed me his piercing pictures. But you've got an excerpt that you want to read. And which book is this from?
This would be from Jam Run, the book that's going to be coming out hopefully later on this year. Now, mind you, this book is completely different from any other book I've written. It's a story that takes place in Jamaica, and I bring back Eddie and Corey from Chill Run. Finally got the sequel because and it was also inspired by real life events as well. And it's the subject matter is, as I said, the subject matter may shock some readers, but I would say if you read The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, if you read the series and you're able to get through that, you should be able to get through. You won't have any problems with Jam Run. Okay, ask me to hold on for a bit.
No, you continue. I'm looking because I feel like I've got it right. My book collection is to the right of me, and my son must have it. But there's one of mine.
All right, so The Girl of Play. Yeah, I thought it was an excellent series. Very, very well written series.
I have the other two somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
they're here. My son probably has them up in his room at the moment, but yeah, we have those.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm all for it.
All right. So now the thing is that I can read the first chapter, okay, or I can read. There's another chapter which I prepared, which I've been reading because I figured that okay, everyone can read the first chapter online because I want you to visit my website and check out the first chapter. So
And you
will
can see the website right there below, RussellParkway.com, and there's a bonus for Canadian donations.
Yeah. So I'll read from this chapter here because I had to be very, very careful because I don't want to give away any spoilers, and the story is complicated. I guess the story would be complicated if you're it's a very complex plot because it's based on so many things and there's a lot going on. So I had to be very, very careful on which chapter I chose so that I don't spoil anything. So this is from chapter 30. And just to give you a premise of the chapter, this is a chapter that involves Corey, who is Eddie Barrow's friend. Eddie has gotten kidnapped, okay? And Corey is looking for him. So he's done some asking around and he's meeting with someone who is a janitor who works at a place that when he was following up on the lead and told him to meet him at a certain location, which is outside of Montego Bay. So it's just picture it. It's almost dark and you're in the middle of the woods. So are you ready?
Okay. Saw you.
All right. Turtle Grove Park, 4:30 p.m. The drive through the hills was something ripped straight from the pages of a Stephen King novel, a long, winding road with houses growing fewer and further between as Corey drove. The only difference was that he was driving away from Mo Bay and not from some small New England town. But it was enough to creep him out. What was he getting himself into? Why did this place have to be so far away from the city? Corey didn't like the idea of traveling alone so far from civilization, especially since he knew nothing about the area. Had Eddie been with him, fine. But he had to remind himself, though, that Eddie was the reason why he was risking meeting a total stranger who may or may not be able to help him. While those thoughts ran through his head, he realized he hadn't seen a house for at least the past half kilometer. The mobile was attached to the dash via the grill of the air vent, and he reached over to wipe a smudge from the screen. The top of the Google Maps display indicated that there was still 32 minutes left before he arrived at his destination. And one thought kept running through his head. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. And it probably was. He didn't know where Eddie was. Was he safe? He was fine when he last spoke to him, but what if he wasn't now? He could be shackled to a chair in some rat-infested location, being tortured, probably by the rats themselves, gnawing at his toes while the torturer took a break. He had this graphic image of Eddie in a basement, the room pitch black, save for a lone light bulb dangling by a thin cord above him, so slack it could have been swinging, except there were no windows, not even a vent or a fan that could have given it a breeze to dance in. Then he had the vision of the torturer, a shirtless, shredded brother in knee-length shorts, in slow motion, smacking 5 firm knuckles so hard to the side of Eddie's face that it dislodged his lower jaw, ejecting 4 lower teeth and an upper molar from his mouth, as the chair and Eddie toppled to the side from the blow, leaving him bloodied from the mouth and his left eye swollen shut. No. Corey had to shake that thought from his mind. He had already decided to go with Eddie's idea, and so far it had led to this. There is no way Eddie could survive too long on the run, especially on this island, considering that he was all book smarts and with little to no street smarts. This damn trip. All Corey wanted to do was hang out with Eddie for moral support during his book signing. Instead, Eddie gone and got his ass kidnapped. Again. Now he was connected to 2 murders and a military raid. With his mind adrift, time had flown by so fast as Corey saw the sign for the turn off to Turtle Grove. He veered off the 2-lane parish highway and onto a dirt and gravel road that snaked for roughly a quarter of a kilometer before he saw an 8-foot wire fence blocking his path. He pulled over to the side, threw the gear to park, and scanned the area. He was surrounded by dense woods, and with the fading light, he couldn't tell if anyone or anything was watching his every move. Oh, Corey, what did you get yourself into? He said to himself with a sigh. He lowered the fan speed of the air conditioning as the inside of the car had become a bit too cool. He kept the windows up, though. He didn't want any mosquito bites, especially out here in the woods. A sudden rat-tat-tat on his driver's side caused Corey to throw his hands up as he shot a glance to the window. He dropped his hands and relaxed his shoulders when he saw that it was a janitor sitting on a motorbike. He lowered his window. You know, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Sorry, come quick before the sun set, the janitor said. Corey narrowed his eyes before nodding towards the fence. What's in there? Best to show you. Hurry, not much time. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what's going on and what you want and what are you going to show me in there? The janitor looked away, muttering some colorful Jamaican slang under his breath. Then he turned back to Corey. You really want to know what happened to Chevelle? I tell you, the wrong man went to prison for her rape, and them still control her. Corey's eyes narrowed. Who's controlling Chevelle? Come, said the janitor as he rubbed the engine. We no want them here when it get dark. Translation, I don't want us to be here when it gets too dark. Corey watched as the janitor drove ahead to the side of the road, where he dismounted and pushed his bike a few meters into the woods to hide it behind a tree. The only other noises were the crickets and grasshoppers, sounds which he had grown used to hearing while growing up. The janitor was reluctant to talk, but Corey had no choice, as this guy may have some answers. Corey switched off the engine, grabbed the burner from the dash and his hand towel from the passenger seat on his way out. He swung the towel over his right shoulder just as he watched the janitor scale the fence as though it was nothing. When he landed on the other side, he turned to Corey, who was hesitant, not knowing what was on the other side of the triple padlock barrier. You coming or not? Said the janitor. Corey bit his lip, shoved the burner and an end of the towel into each back pocket as he walked to the fence. He scaled it and joined the janitor, who had already walked ahead. They were in an area which could have been used as a parking lot, considering that it was large enough to hold a few buses. To their left was what appeared to be an outdoor gathering spot. There were stone benches built to form a semicircle with a split down the middle to separate both sides of an audience. They appeared damaged from what could have been years of neglect. The same could be said about the main building that was ahead. It was the same level ground structure with a gable roof. Its windows were covered in cobwebs, and there were more visible splintered wood than paint on the side of the building. What is this place? Corey asked as he followed the janitor. Be sure you have lots of questions. But what do you expect? You told me to meet you here without giving me any details, and I trusted you. You know, I don't even know your name. There was a silence while he kept walking. Then finally, it's Nesta. Okay, said Corey. Are you going to tell me why I'm here? Sudden rustling and beating of leaves in the branches above startled Corey into a defense stance. Ambush, he thought. Your man, relax, said Nesta, who didn't even flinch. Them just bats. Them no trouble you. He should have expected that bats would be in the trees, especially at this hour. And as Nesta said, they're harmless. They were all over Trinidad and Tobago, and he saw them regularly while growing up. Even though Nesta told him not to worry, Corey kept an eye on his surroundings. The tree cover blocked out a lot of the light of the setting sun. He grabbed his burner and activated the flashlight app. Nesta did the same with his phone soon after. Then he suddenly stopped walking without explanation. Corey scanned the area ahead, wondering why Nesta stopped. He then turned to him. Are you going to finally tell me what this place is? Nesta did not return Corey's stare, but looked ahead instead with a blank expression. Enough things happen, you so. Me glad said the last two hurricanes mash up the place. It saved me the trouble of burning it down myself. He was glad that 2 hurricanes wrecked this place, thought Corey. You know, you asked me if I want to know what happened to Chevelle. This is where she was attacked, isn't it? Nesta gave 2 short nods. Not just her alone. Enough girls and boys from 12 to 15. The people who did this say they want to correct the problem before it starts. Correct what kind of problem before it starts? Asked Corey. Nesta closed his eyes and let his head drop. You hear about Pastor Green? Corey sucked his teeth and sighed. Yeah, I bumped into him and his peeps earlier today. I bumped into him and his peeps earlier today at a funeral. I hear about that. Him and his people don't give up when it comes to harassing gay people, said Nesta. Parents send their children to him for counseling when they think that they're gay or about to turn gay. I knew it, thought Corey. You mean to tell me that this place is one of those gay conversion camps? Nesta nodded. Pastor Green tell the children's parents that he's able to cast the gay demons out of them. And I'm sure most of them know how he go about doing it too. Corey's eyes widened. As in rape the gay away? That's what you call it where you're from? It all means the same thing, any way you sugarcoat it, said Corey as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Tell me something, did Pastor Green ever participate? Nesta nodded as he curled his lips inward. Corey saw that Nesta was staring at something. He shone his flashlight in the direction. What's over there? He asked. Rather than answer, Nesta started walking again, with Corey quickly following. From what Corey saw, it was obvious that this place deeply traumatized him to the point that he had to work up the nerve to keep moving. They came to a smaller box-shaped cabin that was no bigger than a regular-sized garage. Nesta was about to open the door, but as he grabbed the doorknob, he paused and glanced over his shoulder as he took out a kerchief from his back pocket. You want to cover your nose. The battered, splintered door had been left unlocked, and it creaked as Nesta opened it. He already had his nose and mouth covered with the kerchief before entering. Corey grabbed his towel as he followed him. He barely made it through the door before the rotten smell of mold and urine jumped out and bitch slapped him. He pressed the towel hard against his nose and mouth, scrunching up his face that his lips curled inward to touch his teeth. Corey raised his flashlight as both his and Nesta's beams crossed. There was a loud series of clicking that made his body seize. A swarm of flying cockroaches with wingspans almost as big as the average human hand scurried away through cracks and holes in the floor, the walls, and in the ceiling. When the clicking stopped, Corey's flashlight fell onto 2 mice feeding on the rotting carcass of another. Nesta saw them and stomped on the floor next to them, making them bolt. You know, go away, shish. Translation, go away, shoo. The room fell silent. Corey waved his flashlight around as he saw Nesta swatting away a few hanging spider webs. Corey aimed his flashlight where Nesta aimed his and saw a rusted bed frame in the corner, adjacent from where they stood. He paused his beam on the mattress, which was hanging halfway off, stained and floppy with age, rusty metal coils poking through its surface. He then focused on the red stains and winced. Is that blood? Corey looked away from the bed to Nesta, still covering his nose and mouth, and then back to the bed. Corey's mind was assaulted with images of children being tied face down onto that mattress, where a sadistic asshole held the cross in one hand and the Bible in the other before forcing himself on them. Completely helpless, they would have accepted anything the abuser yelled at them, so long as the pain ended. He assumed that Nesta shared the same thoughts. His breathing had shortened to a quick staccato. Corey spotted Nesta stepping backwards. No, me can't, said Nesta as he shook his head, then turned around and ran outside. Corey ran after him, not being able to take the smell, nor the thought that he was standing inside an area that reeked of vermin and child rape. Nesta, wait! Nesta slowed down and then stopped, allowing Corey to catch up and put a hand on his shoulder. It's okay. Nesta shook his head as he grabbed his forehead with both hands. No, sir, it ain't. Corey pulled away his hand to give Nesta some space. After a few moments, Nesta dropped his hands to the side and looked up to the sky. Me was collecting rubbish one evening, he said. All me ear a screaming coming from in there. Where them children sleep, they can't hear what's going on because they're on the other side of the camp. Nesta lowered his head and closed his eyes. Them hurt Chevelle the worst. They brought that girl in there at least 3 times to break her. Me know that this is a guan and me can't do nothing. He felt powerless to do anything, even though he knew what was happening to those children. You didn't think anyone would believe you, said Corey. It's more than that. Well, didn't any of these children speak out? I mean, didn't they go to one of their teachers? Nesta shook his head. The children all brainwashed into thinking that something's wrong with them that need fixing. Only Chevelle, only she spoke to someone. Corey leaned in slightly. Who did she speak to? One of her teachers, Tyrone. He was the only one who believed her. He tried to help her, but it backfired. What do you mean? You mean like she accused him of raping her? No, that's not what happened, said Nesta. I hear that after she told Tyrone that what happened to her, other people made her change the story because the police said that they found proof that Tyrone was the one who raped her. Them people lie, and that damn counselor is one, that damn caregiver is one of them. Tyrone never did touch Chevelle. Are you talking about that woman who showed up while I was talking to Chevelle earlier? The one who chased me away? Nesta nodded. Yeah, that's the one. She works at the group home where Chevelle lives at. She controls everything Chevelle does. You're lucky you managed to chat with her. It was obvious that Nesta was convinced that whatever he did or could have done would not have changed the outcome. Pastor Green's influence was vast, and he probably had the police and those who worked at Chevelle's boarding school all roped in. It was then that Corey realized that the sun had completely gone down. I want to know something else, Corey asked. Why are you telling me this? Boy, who do you think you're fooling, said Nesta. I know that you ain't no student reporter. Well, who do you think I am? At first, I thought you were a reporter from overseas pretending to be a student. Then I see you didn't take any pictures of what I showed you, nor did you ask me my permission to record me with your phone. Oh, damn it, I blew my cover, thought Corey.
Pause.
Yeah?
Leave a cliffhanger, man. You go give him the whole book.
No. I haven't reached a cliffhanger. I haven't reached a cliffhanger yet. Trust me. I designed this properly. So
we've got some characters. That is a very heavy subject matter.
Okay.
But it's built up in a way that is okay. I was a little taken back, but I kept listening. I was like, all right, we're gonna come back around. And yeah, that's and this one is, and which book is this one? This is Jam Run.
Yeah.
And this is now, is this a direct sequel to Chill Run?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a sequel to Chill Run.
Okay, so you got to make a trilogy, and you got to have a third one with something run.
Yeah.
it's a requirement now.
Yeah.
You got to do what was it? It was Homecoming, No Way Home, and Far From Home. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta have a trilogy. So the third one has to be something run.
Yeah.
Or you could really spice it up and put, do 4. Because you can do a lot with the word run.
Well,
but
I already have ideas for future Eddie Barrow novels, but I believe my next book I'm going to write is the thing is that when I wrote Pandora's Succession, everyone was asking me if there was going to be a sequel. I said, yeah, there's going to be a sequel. I'm working on it, but it didn't work out, so I ended up writing Chill Run instead. And surprisingly, there are a lot of people that were used to that liked Ridley Fox and Dr. Nita Paris, but they couldn't get into Eddie Barrow. But then Eddie Barrow found a smaller audience. Okay, maybe because I said it was a standalone, and it got its audience. But there were a few people that did write me and ask me if there was going to be a sequel, and I kept on telling them, sorry, no sequel. It's a standalone. But my next book is going to be another Ridley Fox story. But many of them were less enthusiastic about Ridley Fox because they loved Eddie Barrow. And right
I
now,
wish I could like take a break from writing a book series and write another book series.
yeah.
That's okay. That's how you do it.
Also,
But-
real quick, just from I may have missed earlier on if you had mentioned it all, based on obviously some of the content in your book, but also the way you speak as well. Do you happen to be Jamaican?
I'm not Jamaican.
Okay.
I was born here in Montreal, but my parents are from Barbados.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my husband's Jamaican. I was also wondering because just some of the I know some of the different dialects of
Yes.
islands and all that. It kind of mixed for me. I'm still learning stuff.
Okay, no.
But also with you had Jamaican characters in there and everything too. And I was like, okay, well.
Yeah. Yeah. An interesting fact is that I had a lot of help because I've never been to Jamaica, but I plan to go. I want to go this year. Okay. It was there were so many. It was something that was in the works since 2018, but I never got my chance. And then COVID hit, and then a whole bunch of other problems hit me all at once. I said I kept on putting it off, but I plan to go this year. I want to go down before the story comes out. And the thing is that in order to help me write the story, because since I was never there, and there isn't Google Street View in Jamaica. So what I did is that I used some of my connections here that got me acquainted with a local who lives in Montego Bay, where the story takes place. And he's the CEO of a tourism company called it's called Real Tours Jamaica, and his name is Norris Douglas. So
shout out to Real Tours Jamaica.
Yeah, he helped me fact check everything that was Jamaican in the story. So all of the Jamaican dialect. Okay, I'm not very good with the Jamaican accent because, well, I'm not very good with it. So I did my best, but the patois, okay, he helped me to write the patois because I would not have been able to write that at all. Yeah. So all the Jamaican patois that I included in the story, okay, that's thanks to him. All the locations, okay, I had all locations fact checked, and there were.
So having someone in place, in position,
yes,
to put eyes on, put hands on, and verify the locations, the places, get the language, get the dialect, and everything. That's impressive. That's got to help the story. Linda, you had a question. What were you going to ask?
I was just gonna say, I know my husband. He's got quite a bit of family still in Jamaica. He's got a lot that goes back and forth.
Okay.
And he actually has family in Canada too.
Oh,
so,
sweet. Which part?
I'm not sure. Hold on. I wish I could get him. He's out of town. If he jumped in, he'd have to be on his phone. Okay. But yeah, I told him we could have used you tonight. Thank you.
You know what?
He could have helped with he could have.
I would have shared. What I would have done, I would have shared with him the excerpt, and I would have had him read Nesta's part.
There you go.
I cannot get him to do the accent on cue because he's born here, or he was actually born in Silver Springs, Maryland.
Okay.
But yeah, his parents, everyone of parents, aunts, all that kind of stuff are all from Jamaica.
Okay.
So, but all his cousins and stuff are all born here. But yeah, he'll get into the accent. He'll slip into it if he's around other people who have the accent.
That's just like me.
Same as how, despite the fact that I'm half Mexican. My dad's from Mexico.
Okay.
And my mom's just white. But I will, if I'm around my Mexican relatives enough, I will start to slip into a similar way that they speak, even though I don't really speak much Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the kind of accent they have when they speak English. But no, anytime, a lot of the times when I'm around his family, he has to translate if there are certain family members that speak really quickly, especially in patois. And I'm like,
oh yeah.
And they're all cool about it. They all kind of joke about it. I know his uncle was doing it one time, one of the first times I met them, and going off and just talking. His wife looks at him and he's like, "Now you know that girl don't know a single thing you just said, okay?" Leave her alone. Stop it.
Yeah, I understand that part there, and actually, that part there with the Jamaican patois, that becomes a running gag in the story.
So you've actually got two questions. One of them revolves around that. So let me pull that one up. It says you translated the Jamaican accent while reading. Do you actually do that in the book?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Because
helpful.
I
Subtitles
intentionally put the Jamaican patois there, and the reason why I did that is because I want this story to be. I don't want this. Here's what I don't want the story to the book to come across as being. I don't want it to come across as being a stereotype of Jamaica. Okay, I want it to be as authentically Jamaican as possible. Okay, because I'm not Jamaican. I haven't been to Jamaica. However, I have Jamaican friends, and I'm getting a lot of help to try and make it as authentic as possible. So
proper representation.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
And second question that she has here, and I think this is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned being self-published.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
She may not have been on at the earlier part. You touched on it, but you did not elaborate. And since we know that Jamie is an aspiring writer, she actually mentioned that she has a little bit of trouble with I think it was chapter block. It's way back in the comments now. But she was very interested in knowing how you get through some of the different chapters and like chapter growth, I think was the word she used. Okay. And so if you could tell us about self-publishing and chapter growth.
Okay. Well, with self-publishing, what I did is that I have my own team of publishers. I'm sorry, I have my own publishing team. So I have my own. And also for grammar. Okay. There's also my book cover designer. Okay. My book cover designer, he lives in New Zealand, and he designed the cover for Jam Run. Okay. As well as all my other books. And there's also, who else do I have? I have all my collaborators. Okay. I have several collaborators. Okay. Who helped me. I have one I talked about my collaborator in Colorado who helps me with the subject matter with guns. And there's plenty, there's a lot of gunfire in this story here. And also with martial arts or fights, I have another person who helps me with that to fact check and make sure that those fight scenes that I choreograph are going to be realistic. And also, once the story is written, okay, it's let's say, okay, look, I've gone through the steps. It's been fact checked. It's been written. It's been professionally edited. The book cover has been designed. Now I need my formatter, who is going to format it for both ebook and also for paperback. Okay, and once that's done, yes, you can you just have to upload it. All you need to do is upload it to Amazon, but you don't want to just jump into uploading it yet. It's very important that you have your book very professionally promoted as well. Okay, not just the book, but you also want to promote yourself, because the truth is that and I know this from experience from working in sales for most of my life, people will buy from those who they like. So when you're unknown, okay, it's best for you to meet the public. Okay, it's only celebrities who can get away with just putting their name and just uploading, let's say, well, who am I kidding? When you're a celebrity, an agent will find you, a publisher will be very quick to try and get you get you a book deal, try and get you into a book deal, because they know when celebrities already have their own platform, So the publishers don't have to do as much work, and they don't have to invest as much in promotion because they know that their name alone, okay, the person's name alone is going to sell for them. So when you're self-published, you have to remember that you're not a celebrity. And I would say that, look, before even publishing on your own, it would not hurt to query at least 10 agents, okay? 10 agents, okay? Or even 10 small publishers, okay? Or I would say go with both. If you can do that and you get a book deal, so much the better, okay? But if you've done that and no one is interested, then at that point there, go with the independent route. And just one thing is that if you want quality, it's going to cost you. If you want your books professionally edited, you can't get. I mean, depending on the type of book you wrote, and also depending on your goals. Okay, it's your goals that's going to determine how much you're going to invest in your story. And
that makes sense.
I hope that or invest in your book, in your craft. So I hope that this has helped you.
I mean, as with any kind of entrepreneurial venture,
Mm-hmm.
the more you invest in yourself, the more you're willing to invest in yourself,
Mm-hmm.
the better generally your outcome is going to be.
Yeah.
You mentioned having a publisher and having an agent. Do you yourself have an agent?
No, I don't have an agent.
Okay, so then that would eliminate my next question. I was going to say, do you find it better to have an agent or go directly to the publisher? If you're fortunate enough to go to the publisher, then that means, do you believe that that's an idea where the content is able to sell itself well enough where you can go directly to the supplier, so to speak?
Okay. No, that's an interesting question. It depends on where you live, okay? Because in the States, if your hopes or if your aspirations are to be with be traditionally published, or let's say what they call legacy publishers, like the big five in New York, like Doubleday, I don't remember, and Doubleday, and there's also who are these? Some of the big, anyways, Penguin, some of those big publishers.
Right.
You have to go through an agent, okay? Because those publishers don't accept non-solicited projects. You have to go through an agent, okay? And even landing an agent is not easy. If you want to get an agent, sometimes you can find an agent at, let's say if you go to a convention, let's say like a thriller convention or Rubicon or one of those places there, they have agents that are hanging around there. And if you're lucky to meet one, and you have to try and be on your P's and Q's, be able to pitch your story in under 10 seconds in order to catch their attention. Otherwise, they're going to walk away. At least that's what I was told. Okay. So
no, I get that, and
yeah.
I can see, like, in those situations,
Mm-hmm.
it's almost not to trivialize it, but it almost seems the same way as like any kind of talent scout or an athletic scout, where you have to wow me in this moment because there's a bunch of people trying to be where you are.
Yeah.
What are you doing that stands out? So,
and another thing to mention, you have to keep in mind, is that agents, their emails are flooded, okay, with queries every day. So, I mean, I don't know how they can possibly get through all of them. And a lot of them are just say that no longer accepting submissions right now because they're overwhelmed with a bunch of queries. And I mean, there are agents out there that are still looking for original content, okay? But the thing is that one thing you have to remember is that publishers, they don't care about art. They only care about money, okay? They only care about if they can sell. They don't care how poorly a book is written, okay? It's only if it can sell, and I can give you some examples. I mean,
that sounds like the WB interference.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers interference. Like at the end of the day, we want our Billy. I don't care what story you have. I don't care what idea you have. How do we get to our Billy? So the publisher can be they can be the ones who could kind of come in and jump out. Now, is that so? I mean, you know what, Russell? I want to thank you so much. We've got a couple of the topics I want to cover before we cut out. You know, we normally run about 3 hours, and
oh my goodness, the time's really gone.
it really has. I mean, you've had a lot of insight. You've been a part of a lot of conversations. You're welcome to stick around for these last few conversations we're going to have.
Sure.
But
by the way, Russell, my husband got back to me. His relatives are in Toronto.
Oh, okay. Well, it's funny. I'm going to be in Toronto on the weekend of June the 3rd and the weekend of June the 11th. There are two book fairs. One is at the Harbourfront. It's the Crime Writers of Canada book fair. And there's also the Word on the Street, which is the largest one in Canada. That's the following weekend. I'm going to be there for both. So,
are you doing book signings?
Yep.
Very cool.
I'm
Get you with the book signings and everything.
Well, yeah,
we got a real life celebrity here.
I'm going to be showcasing all my books. So
absolutely, as you go around and visit places to do these book signings and appearances and all that, feel free to post in the group where you're going to be at and when.
Yeah.
So people, because we have people from all over the place. A lot of them are in or around Conyers, Georgia, but we have a lot of people from all over
in the metro Atlanta area.
Okay.
You know what? I will probably see about getting you a shirt ahead of time.
I have family and friends in Atlanta. Okay. So I love Atlanta. I love Atlanta. So
you know what? You come to Atlanta, I will personally put a Grown A Geek shirt in your hand.
Yeah. Now I don't know if I'll be able to get there. Maybe perhaps I'll be able to get to Atlanta this year. I don't know. Maybe Labor Day weekend. That's
make your Jamaica trip. That's the important one.
Yeah, the Jamaica trip has to happen. Yeah, that has to happen.
That's the important one.
My husband and I need to make it at some point, especially if nothing else, than to try. His cousin owns like vegan ice cream business down there that does really well. So if anything, we have to go down there to try that. So I know his dad's been dying for us to visit. So
okay. Oh, one you says I'm going to get your books. Happy for you.
And there's your Atlanta invitation right there.
All right. Well, don't forget. I'm doing a fundraiser on through GoFundMe. So you can
find it at russellparkway.com.
At russellparkway.com. Go through the links, and you'll go to the page, and you'll see that you can in exchange for donating, you can get my books that way through donating if you want.
So how about that? Donate to a good cause and get free books.
Yeah.
A great deal for readers.
And once again, if you haven't already, post links for all of this in the group as well, so that people who may not have watched this can go and see that and take advantage of that too.
Yeah.
For sure.
And this will be #Superman approved. Russell, I want to thank you so much for being on with us tonight, man. It is amazing. And since I found out that I can actually go through Amazon and use my Whisper Sync to talk, and even though it'll be the robotic Karen voice, I do a lot of driving, and I can have the books read to me. That is fantastic. I can get through the remainder of the books, and that gets me excited because I liked what I read so far, and I want to get through the rest of the story. Thank you so much. russellparkway.com. This is Russell Parkway. I thought his pseudonym was Russell Brooks, but it turns out Parkway is actually the nickname and Russell Brooks is the actual name. So that is pretty cool. You can find them on Amazon. Go to the website though and order the books directly, just because that's such a benefit, such a help. And if you're in Canada, there's a bonus for your donations.
Just one question for the whole group, for all of you that is in Georgia. Let me see. How many of you are from Warner Robins? Anyone from Warner Robins?
I don't think he was
from Warner
about to say
Robins.
from, probably not.
Okay.
I
Very
know of
few.
some people that I have some friends that live in Warner Robins.
I get
Okay.
that way, but
Okay.
I'm not from there.
That's a little further south in Atlanta. Most of us
Yeah.
are around like within an hour of Atlanta. So
That
I
was the-
myself, I can like drive like 2 minutes west and be in Atlanta. So
Okay.
I'm right there next to it.
Okay. Well, Warner Robins was the first place that I visited, that I stayed at the very first time I visited Georgia. And that is how I got the nickname Russell Parkway, because everyone was there. My friends introduced me, this is Russell, but everyone's going, oh, Russell Parkway. Why does everyone call me Russell Parkway? It turns out that the main boulevard, the main thoroughfare in Warner Robins is called Russell Parkway. So that's how I got the nickname, and it stuck after all these years. It's still stuck. So
that's a hell of a nickname. Like, just knowing that that's an actual street, that's pretty cool. If I find myself, actually, the next time I head south and I drive to Florida or something like that, I'm gonna take a detour and I'm gonna be like, hey, Russell Parkway. I'm gonna take a picture and I'm gonna tag you in it.
all right.
Post it in group just for that.
Excellent.
All right, so you got to stay with us while we hit some other topics.
I'm
Or
just gonna get some water because I'm thirsty. I've been talking so much, so I'll be
not
right
a
back.
problem. I'm gonna let you sit in the green room and let me know when you're ready to come back.
All right.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
See, Sam, for once I actually don't have a drink with me. I have
And
an empty cup. Look at my waifu cup that I got.
I am proud of you.
Isn't
I
it
am-
so great? No, I mean, like, I don't
I'm
even
on
have like
number
water
2.
or something. I typically have some kind of like I typically have some kind of beverage to sip on.
You have
But
to
my
because
my
we do
waifu cup
talking.
is my waifu cup is empty. But
Your
isn't it
waifu.
cute? It's
That
so
is cute. That is cute. I like her little bat
It's-
with the spikes in it.
It's the Zombie Hunter edition. This is the Gamer Sups waifu cups.
There you
And
go.
in order to get these, you have to sign up for notifications because they sell out within 30 minutes. I ordered another one today. No. See, my drinking
me and
was
Jamie hang
yesterday.
out. No. Me and Jamie hang out at the Point. So that's
Oh, I haven't been to the Point in years.
right. That is.
I ran
that
into
is-
way too many people from high school there. I'm like, I'm good.
No, that's
But
we hang out there. So we're gonna give a shout out to the Point tonight, just because. Shout out to the Point.
though I really loved all the employees there, so they were really great. They were cool to see.
Right. They're also
They had
such
some
great people.
randomly bomb ass food too. Like that's one of the places
Right.
where it's
Lottie,
like
let me tell you something. Cheesy rice to this day.
anything with cheese.
Thank you,
Like,
Lottie.
Yeah, Lottie does a great job with that. But
Oh, the cheesy rice.
But no, like I had my alcohol yesterday and it sent me spiraling into a horrible migraine. My actual like head is sore, like it feels like it's bruised. It was one of those kinds of migraines. And it's starting to come back again. I can't take Tylenol right now, but I can get an ice pack. And yeah, my body just hasn't been responding super well to some hormones that my doctor put me on. But it's
Well,
okay. I'm almost done with this month. I only take 10 a month. So.
That's it. Just 10 in a
Just
month?
10. It's because David and I are trying to have kids. So it's to kickstart stuff essentially. So we've been trying for a while. My body just doesn't know what to do. So despite the fact that like both my parents had 6 siblings apiece, apparently me trying to get pregnant with one is a big deal. So
I mean, you know what? Let me tell you something. I've got 3 and it is
so you can just give me one of yours then, right?
You could definitely,
and they're
take
past
your
all of it
pick.
too.
Take your pick. You can have any one of them, whichever one you want. I am okay with it.
Them,
I will
like
make the
them being
arrangements.
only around 10 years younger than me. That's perfect. So
You know what I'm saying? Look, they have all the basics down packed.
yeah, I don't have to potty train anyone, teach anyone how to like speak or anything, or just I'm good.
Let's see. I mean, the funny thing though, and I will say this, and you know what I'm saying, like, not to be facetious and get too much off on a southern tangent kind of thing, but let me tell you something. Like, you apparently, it is my understanding, and this is something that I feel like my grandma would have said. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you are not having kids right now, that means you still have shit to do. Because once you have kids,
so
no. Once you have kids, you don't get to do nothing else. Kids becomes what you do.
Now I will. Okay, I understand that. However, they would have grandparents that are both around 30 minutes away, a grandmother with aunts that are within 10 minutes from us, as well as a godmother that would be in the same city. I've warned everyone, listen, if I have
here's
kids,
here's the first thing.
I'm foisting that kid off to whoever I can.
Nope.
As soon as I need some time.
Let me tell you how this works. Your first kid, you're not going to give your first kid up at any point.
Now you say that, but you guys don't know me.
I'm telling you this, and that's the point that I make. Motherhood, like, are everything that you have to do now, it changes. Oh my God, it changes. I don't know why, but it does. And when you have that child, you're like, you know what? I can't give this child to anyone.
See,
no one else.
You say that, but you doubt me, Sam. Now, when have I ever been like anyone else? Like,
no. You say that.
I'm still to the point where I'm only trying to pursue this.
I'm glad
because
this is
David
live.
wants to have kids.
I'm glad this is live and being recorded, so I can pull this video.
Oh, feel free, because you're not going to be able to pull it up and say anything
at some point later, and this will be the conversation.
I get annoyed way too easily by like noise and things like that, and I'm too grumpy. I'm like, no.
I know. Well, here's the thing. And again, it's only the first child. Only the first child. Now, the first child is the one that has that initial change because it's completely new, completely foreign, and everything you thought isn't what actually is. And then after that, you have a second child, and now you come to realize that everything you thought isn't accurate and that you overthought some stuff and believing that you could not I love she said because David.
It's the truth. And I
can attest that
I decided at a very young age, I don't care about kids. I don't care about having kids. The only reason why I have experience working with kids is because I'm a woman growing up in Southern Baptist churches. And if I didn't want to be in the service, I had to babysit brats. That's how it was. So I'm a woman. That's the only thing that we're allowed to deal with is kids. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that, but
hey, hold on. I got you. You know what, Jamie? I got you. Give me 2 seconds because you want to be on the video, girl. I got you. I'm gonna let you. Now we are live. Yes. Oh, hell yeah! Let me post that comment. Boom. So killed that.
But yeah. So and then as I got a little bit older, and I'm like, well, maybe I'm not extremely disgusting, and I might be able to find someone who might want to marry me at some point. They might want to have kids. Really? I'd be okay with maybe having 1 or 2, specifically 2. This way they can, if I'm tired of one, I can tell them, hey, go play with your sibling.
That's the trick.
I grew up with 3 brothers, and like just in general, I feel like I would have been a little more well-rounded if I had a sister too, but that's besides the point. But yeah, like there's certain social skills that you can only really get if you have a sibling.
This is true.
Especially one that's close to you in age. If you have a sibling, but he or she is like 7 years younger or older than you, it's going to be a different dynamic. But if like my brothers and I are all 2 years apart. So my oldest brother is only 4 years older than me. So even then we're all born in the same generation, just on different ends of the millennial scale.
All right. Okay. So Jamie, you want to jump in? Come on in, girl. I sent you the link. Click the link. Let's get some new faces on here. That's what I love about Weigh-In Wednesdays.
By the way, Sam, next time y'all see me, my hair won't be such a mess. I'm updating everything. Still debating on what to do. The blue.
Are you deciding on a new color?
Well, I'm going to put new colors in. Like the blue looks fantastic still, especially like the bottom layers.
It does.
Because I use different shades of blue throughout. The pink usually fades pretty quickly. The red and the orange didn't really take it all, and it kind of ticked me off. And then the pink that I used in the back, same thing, that faded like real quick. So I have a nice dark purple, and I've done purple a lot before. I've done blue a lot before. So I think I'm going to do those, and I might do like the pink in the back, and I'll do the purple to cover up all this pink and red and stuff on the side.
So we've got it. We somebody actually figured out our live chat. I'm bringing in Jamie. What's going on, Jamie? This is my buddy. So awesome. Thank you for joining us. You're
Yeah,
here part
I'm
of the
so
live.
excited.
You get to be part of the live. That's why we do
I
weigh-in
know. I gotta
Wednesdays.
turn this thing up. Hold on. I can't. Hold on.
That's all right. Take your time. It's an adjustment. It's something new. I get it. We lost a viewer, but that's cool because we have you on screen now.
Right. So
People didn't want to hear our
listen.
baby talk. I mean, I don't blame them. F them kids.
Listen, we're
Just-
gonna talk about this real quick.
Hashtag
Kids
fucking
thing.
kids. That's what it is. You know what? Let me put that in there just so everybody knows.
I
Hashtag
really love you a lot because I love you because you're so cute and you are adorable and your little headphones are so cute. So do not have kids.
Mhm.
That's
Don't
your
do it.
warning. That's your warning.
So, like, honestly, another big part I'm doing it too is for my parents. Like, my parents had, of their 4 kids, they only have 1 grandchild, and that's my nephew. And he is 1.5 years. Child is huge. He's literally toddler size at this point. Then again, those of you guys who know my brothers, that's about to be expected. Don't be fooled by my height. Not that y'all can see it. I'm only 5'5". My brothers are all over 6 foot. My dad's over 6 foot. Anyway, so
Little dude's already big. You don't even have to tell me. I know.
In my family,
So first of all, so there's me who is 5'2", and
Right.
there's Sam who is like, let's say, we're gonna go with 5'7".
5'7".
No, not baby.
Oh,
No.
it's like David tries to claim he's a lot tall. Like he's a good like couple inches taller than me. I'm like, David, maybe
No. Like,
5'5.5", maybe 5'6" on a good day. You know, you
okay,
sit up
like,
straight.
I,
you know,
okay, I would say I'm 5'7". David would be every bit of 5'6". David and I are kind of like eye to eye, so I would think that would work.
like I'm fairly eye to eye.
I'm
with
not
David
tall.
myself,
Like I
but-
never pretend that I am tall.
but,
No, Sammy, you are not. My husband is 5. Like he's like 5. I would say he's like 5'9", and you are not.
I'm
as
not
tall as my
much.
husband.
I'm not. I'm 5'7". He is 5'9". He is a whole 2 inches tall. Look, this is where it gets funny. And what time is it? Yeah, okay, it's Gag After Dark. 2 inches makes a hell of a lot of difference.
It does. It does. That's true.
So
So-
5'7" versus 5'9", like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't pretend like I'm not one of those like, oh, I'm 5'7.5", 5'7 3/4. No, I'm every bit of 5'7" at best. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. And I don't pretend, I don't play. My license says 5'7".
But baby, I'm just telling you, just don't. Just don't.
Well, so
Don't do it.
So what I was saying too, like in my family, like my parents always wanted grandchildren. They figured they had so many children, someone was bound to give them kids. They're mostly counting on my middle brother and my youngest brother. Unfortunately, a few years ago, we lost my younger brother to cancer.
Oh,
Oh,
And so
I see the
that really thank you, that really hurt, you know, the family a lot, especially my parents. And I have not seen my parents happier than when they hold their grandchild. So if anything, I'm like, well, I know my husband really wants them. I don't really mind. I can take it or leave it. So because of that, I'm like, okay, I know I'm the one who's going to have to carry it. I'm the one who's going to have to birth it. I'm the one who's going through all these hoops
Yeah, I
to
guess
even be
I'll
able to
make
get
a
pregnant in the
whole
if
first
you
person.
can
place.
take it or leave it, just
But-
fucking leave it, girl. Because it
But
is not
that-
fun.
that
It is
being
not
said-
a fun thing to do.
That
It
being
is
said,
the worst.
we've talked also about adoption as well, because
Adoption, yes.
because I've got PCOS, and I've dealt with that for a long time. I was
Right.
also recently diagnosed with hypothyroidism. Just a lot of issues that are
My
that
mom as
all
well.
affect-
Yes.
that all affect fertility, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And so I'm jumping through a lot of medical hoops to try and supposedly get my body on track to do things. However, if things don't settle out, if things end up continuing to be really rough for me, especially on my mental health, with bouncing and yo-yoing back and forth on different hormones and yada yada yada, then I'll most likely end up abandoning it and getting a hysterectomy, and we'll go through and just adopt instead. So yeah.
I'm sorry, how old are you?
I'm 33. I'll be
Okay.
34 this year.
So, okay. So I understand. Like I can actually kind of understand what you're going through, because so my mother and my grandmother and my great grandmother all have had thyroid cancer from hypothyroidism, and all mental health. So when I got pregnant at 27,
I think it
Look
also
at you taking your time.
I think it also
I
helped.
told my husband, I was like, we weren't even married then, but like we had just gotten back together after many years, and I was like, oh no, you don't understand. I'm like, my family's crazy. Like we crazy people.
Oh, that's
We all crazy.
I understand
Not
that.
only my mother's side of the family. I'm like, but my dad's side of the family, we all crazy. I'm like, and I don't want to bring somebody in the world that is crazy. And I have 3 kids now, and they all crazy. They're all just like me, and it's horrible. And I love it, and I hate it, and I love it, and I hate it.
It is definitely a daily challenge, and it is an emotional roller coaster being a parent,
especially if you have mental health issues, because you have to realize how to battle your mental health issues, and knowing that you've probably given them your mental health issues.
No. Not only that, but more importantly, you are now fully responsible for the guidance and fundamental welfare of another person.
Oh yes,
while dealing with your own things.
Like
and it's
Sam, you know me.
really
I don't take these
rough.
kinds of things. I don't take these kinds of things lightly. You like David and I have talked about it.
Oh no. Like, let me tell you something. Like, it goes without saying. Let me just go on record as saying that I believe that you and David will probably be some of the greatest parents ever, and it would probably be the turning point that both of you need from an emotional standpoint. You have each other, which is fantastic, and I'm so glad that the two of you found one another. And I believe that a child, whether it's adopted, natural birth, whatever the case may be, just the fact, because even with the dogs, like, and I really want to like put this in perspective.
I need to bring
like,
Rosie on still. The other two have both been on here, but not Rosie.
And that's my point. Like, I remember when like Mila would not come near anyone.
If you looked at her, she ran away. That was the little white dog I had earlier, for those of you guys who don't know.
And I love that dog. I was looking at
the fact that like now that dog is like up under David every time I look up. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I know that you all would be.
But that's one of the things, though, is that it's like, it's really hard to kind of bring kids in. And I'm all for, especially if you have mental health issues and you are willing to bring a kid in, and you're like, I know that I have problems, but I'm going to get over that.
It helps to understand your obstacles and accept that.
It does.
And be able to recognize that. And that's something I've worked on a lot throughout the years, just to help with my relationships with people in my day-to-day life in general.
And I think my problem is that I didn't understand my mental health issues until I was an adult. And so almost until I got pregnant. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm fucking crazy. Like, and no joke. Like, so my oldest son, he's about to turn 10. And I always say, I'm like, if I didn't have him, like, I would be dead in a gutter. Like, I would literally be dead at this point. Like, he literally saved my life because I was crazy.
Yeah. I mean, kids change you. And despite however you think you are now, whatever personality you have now, it is different from like creating, and not to just say creating something, because obviously that, we've all taken biology, but when you are directly responsible for another life, it's different. And no matter what you think you're going to do, or no matter how you believe you would respond or behave, actually seeing that person, holding that person, recognizing and acknowledging the existence of that person, it changes you. And that change 9 times out of 10 is good. Now, I watch the news, so it ain't always. I'm not going to say that like every time. I don't see you being that exception. I don't want you to be that exception because they typically end up on the news. And I think someone like you that is nurturing and caring and the kind of love you have for other people, not in general, but specific. I definitely think that, you know, a child would change you.
No, and I hope you know that's not I don't know you. So I don't want you to ever feel like
we don't know
I
you,
am
Jamie.
this person. We're like,
we don't know you.
So what you're hearing from me right now is me all the time. We're like, whether I know you or not, I'm like, here's what you need to do. And this no, I don't know you, but I'm going to tell you, I'm happy for you. If y'all are doing this, that is exciting.
Yeah.
And it is great because bringing a kid into the world, whether you bring the kid into the world or you adopt a kid, is awesome. Is an amazing, amazing thing.
Well, aside from everything else, I mean, you can kind of see just from like everything behind me of just this
No, I
alone,
love you. I
they're gonna
want to
live
come to your house.
they're gonna live
Like,
in a
can I come
wonderland.
over and like see your stuff? Like, I just want to come and like.
Talking about a game night, we have to figure out the details.
My living room downstairs looks like I robbed a GameStop. Like, I love that.
All right, so I love everything about it.
I have GameStop fixtures. I have a ton of collectibles from there, and
I'm just my only. And I think me and Sam, because we have 3 kids, both of us have 3 kids. We are like old. We're old people now, whether we're old or not. We are just old now.
In fact,
like
Rosie,
I'm 37 and I feel like I am like 54. Like I am an old lady.
That would put me on AARP. So
my third dog I'm trying to get over here, but she's fast asleep. She's sleeping on a giant Snorlax beanbag chair.
Do you want a 150-pound Rottweiler? Because I have one.
Don't tempt me. I would prefer my next dog to be one with like long fur because I have a bunch of short furred dogs.
Are you kidding me? Do you want my dog?
He would probably jump my fence like immediately.
No, he is a great dog. Like I need to get rid of him. Like oh my God, it sounds so horrible because I am not that person that's like, I need to get rid of a dog. I've had him for like 4 years. He was my niece's dog. Mm-hmm. And she's had him since he was a little baby. He's gigantic. He's 150 pounds.
All my dogs are small. Rosie's my biggest dog. She's 28 pounds. Mila's 12 pounds, and then Jack, the one who was on my shoulder.
Do you want 150-pound Rottweiler?
That is literally a person.
My husband would kill me. My husband would kill me. That is the sweetest. I love big dogs so much. I love big dogs. But no, my husband would literally kill me.
Okay, oh my God, my husband hates me because
I would talk with the wife tomorrow. I will talk with the wife tomorrow because
he's the biggest freaking dog in the world.
Sam, you gonna bring that dog into your house with your tiny dog?
Yes, because the tiny dog would rule that dog.
Your dog is smaller than Jack. Like
my dog used to. So our neighbor actually used to have a Rottweiler, and the Rottweiler's name was Delilah. And she first met the Rottweiler when the Rottweiler was still a puppy. And she did not know that the Rottweiler was going to get any bigger. And the Rottweiler never realized that he got bigger or that she got bigger.
That's my dog.
And so
that's my dog.
Delilah, as big as she was, like every once in a while, she would like get loose from her chain or something. And because I had known her since she was a puppy, if she was running around the neighborhood or something, she would come to me. I could get her and she would respond. Is that Clinton?
Yep, that's Clinton.
I see Clinton all the time in your photos.
Oh.
So everybody's just showing dogs.
Oh, here she is.
My dog is.
She's thick.
Yeah.
She's a thick dog.
She's adorable. And not at all thick.
Thick girl.
Oh, you have it. Look at this. Look at this dog.
Thick girl.
This is a thick dog right here. Listen to this. That's a thick dog right there.
It's chunky girl. Nothing wrong with that.
She's a corgi mix. That's why she's so thick.
That explains a lot.
She's you're okay, Rosie. She's got long legs of whatever she's mixed with.
Chihuahua. I'm thinking like
she's
Chihuahua.
She's too big to be Chihuahua mix.
But I mean, if it's mixed with
you know what? She looks like my friend Drew and Josh's dog, who her name's Shen. And it's like literally looks exactly like her.
We have to kind of what kind of dog Shen is then.
Well, yeah, I know. I think that's what I'm going to get Drew for his birthday. Is the dog DNA.
Her full name is Rosie Kate because she got that cake. She's thick. She got that cake.
Cake.
She got that cake.
Mila is Mila Bean, and then Jack is Handsome Jack.
Oh,
I like food names or like nerdy names for my.
I have Stout. Stout.
Like,
Stout is because his little sister was like this tiny little white dog. So she was IPA, and Stout is black and tan.
That is hilarious.
And then I have Blue, who's over there just being my pit bull. Blue, who's lazy as fuck and amazing. Is the most amazing.
You know what though? The last blue pit that I knew was insane and extra hyper, like all the time.
My dog is like the most amazing dog in the world. And he's so old now, and I'm really worried about him. And he's the best.
But I've got a cockatiel named Dio from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I've got two guinea pigs named. I've got two guinea pigs named Poppy and Lulu. They're named after Yordles from League of Legends. I had a Teemo as well. He was our star, but he passed away last year. He was a little over 4 years old.
Okay, so this is all right. So this is like my first time doing the Grown A Geeks thing. And so I am not I can't consider myself like a geek totally because I'm not like the comic book person.
You fall into the same category that my wife falls
into. I was
into.
Geeking is anyone who has a passion or an obsession over something.
Okay, so my thing is like I love superheroes, but I never like did the comic book thing.
That's fine.
But
nothing wrong with that.
What? Why?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, but I also like have this like the other things that like people don't. I mean, y'all people like agree with. But like Labyrinth, like I was saying, Labyrinth. It's like my favorite movie of all time.
Yes.
Labyrinth is my favorite movie of all time.
Is it all about the babe?
It's all about the bulge.
The bulge.
No, it's really not. It's not. I just really love the movie, and the soundtrack is amazing, and like everything about it is amazing.
I love just about anything with like Jim Henson puppetry in it. So like
that's exactly.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So.
But I wasn't a big fan of Dark Crystal. Like I tried.
I liked the movie. I haven't watched the newer series.
It's like I just can't. I don't know what it is about Dark Crystal. It like freaks me out, but it's
not even that they
look. It's just not good.
It's not even that they look creepy or something. It's something that's very disconnected.
Yes, I'm very disconnected to it.
I get the Jim Henson puppets. But these puppets don't even move like they don't
move
like Sesame Street puppets.
What about Fizzgig?
What about what?
Fizzgig in Dark Crystal, the little puffball thing. I almost named Handsome Jack.
Puffball.
I almost named him Fizzgig. My
like
small chihuahua.
I'm good with something as offbeat as like Fraggle Rock.
Fraggle Rock, I'm all for
Fraggle Rock.
Something is so wrong with Dark Crystal.
Yes, I agree. There is something with Dark Crystal that does not connect with me.
It's like they don't look like puppets. They don't look like humans. There's this weird hybrid combination.
I never got Dark Crystal.
Like rats.
Like I found that with like you have to be it's a lot of people who like Dark Crystal are around my age or a little younger, because whenever we first watched it, we weren't able to really make that connection. I can see what you mean, but because it's nostalgic to me, and that's not the first
I
connection
don't know, because Dark Crystal came out when we were younger.
Well, that's what I mean, though. But a lot of people, like, I watched it when I was like little. Like, I remember
I did too, though.
Like vague things about it. And there was something nostalgic and comforting about it for whatever reason.
And I think maybe that's why I like the Labyrinth so much.
Probably
is because it's more nostalgic to me. But even with Dark Crystal, it just like I watched it when I was really young, and it never connected with me. Never. There is something about Dark Crystal, and then I even tried to. So I watched Dark Crystal, watched the movie again. And then I tried to watch the show because I was like, maybe the show I can get into, and then I'll go back and like the movie. And I still didn't even like the show.
Fun fact: Dark Crystal is 40 years old this year.
Oh.
Yeah, it's older than me.
Came out the same year as E.T. and the same year my parents got married. So
it's older than Labyrinth.
Yeah, it is. It is. But I think it has more to do with like the character Kira. Something with her face.
They look like the Olsens.
Okay.
Oh my God, they do.
Am I wrong?
That's pretty savage.
It's weird.
That's savage.
That is completely brutal, but not at all wrong.
It's Scarlet Witch, like, look.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jen and Kira. Oh my God, that's the Olsen twins.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's
I
Mary
don't know.
Kate and Ashley. That is so crazy.
Okay, so sorry.
I'm really busted right now because I like. Oh my God, that stumped me. I wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, but no, seriously, there's something about the way they make those characters look, because you go through the whole thing. Are they like what is a Gelfling?
I always took them as like kind of a weird version. Like it's Jim Henson's version of like an elf. But that's what I always kind of saw it as. But I
don't know. Maybe my thing was that like he was trying to do more of like he was trying to make them look like humans.
Like I think that's what people have a lot of issue with. It is that the characters that should look aesthetically appealing, you either think they do, or it's more of an uncanny valley thing, and then all the rest look ugly as sin. Like they're all disgusting, like giant, lumpy monsters.
Yeah, yeah.
Which you can go see a lot of them at the Atlanta Center for Puppetry Arts.
I have seen them. I have been there.
Go see them and up. See, that's another reason why I wouldn't like. That is another reason why I'm like, okay, maybe have kids, because then I can go to these places and people.
But no, then you have a justifiable reason for being
exactly, because they're like, oh, okay. Either that, I guess I could just dress eccentric enough, and they'll be like, oh, she's one of those. And I'll be like, okay, yeah. But like even places like you can't go to like, was it Legoland or whatever unless you have a kid now.
We have yet another guest who figured it out. Thank you. There's basically no one else watching because we're all in the chat right now. That's fine. That's fine. Let me bring him on. DJ Fat Stacks, what's going on, man? I want to thank you first off for tuning in every week that we've been here, jumping in, joining the conversation, and keeping us true and honest. Because if we say something wrong, you will be real quick to type it in and point us out. I love it. And Jamie is just walking all around her house.
I'm sorry, I had to go get my phone charger.
She's showing us the forbidden cotton candy.
Yeah, I'm trying to let you guys see the sky.
Yeah, I'm with it. You know what I'm saying? And I see the pink clouds. Butterfly
right now.
I can fly twice as high.
Wow.
So I had to go there. Reading Rainbow, because LeVar Burton just got like his Lifetime Achievement Award, which was like
good for him.
Every time I hear the Reading Rainbow intro, I still, because I'm on TikTok way too often, I'm expecting Danny DeVito style voice to start singing Butterfly on My Ass over and over again.
It's funny because I immediately go to DMX. I immediately go to DMX. Butterfly in the sky. Yeah. Like it's so
Now
aggressive.
that is more Thomas the Tank Engine for me.
Yeah, that's so aggressive for no reason. And I love it.
Oh Lord.
But no, like, you know what? Since we got the news and stuff, let me just pull up group, because this is typically what I do whenever we have to like find those in between conversations. I just pull up.
I'm about to say I've got a couple of things. I've got stuff on here right now. So we have let's start with the Netflix stuff first, because the Johnny Depp stuff could maybe drag on a little while.
The Johnny Depp stuff we could totally skip, because like just go and look at the clips from the trial. That's it. Just look at the clips from the trial.
Okay, so well, my thing is like I don't follow like famous people stuff.
Good for you.
Like I kind of see it.
I want to get away from that, but I can't.
I don't actively reach out for the only reason why I know anything about the Johnny Depp trial is because it keeps like people keep pulling like memeable clips on like TikTok, and that's about it. But I mean, it's hilarious. So,
but the fact that like she shit on his bed is my main thing. Like no, and the greatest thing is so my husband. Yesterday, my husband, I hear him. He goes to the bathroom and I hear him listening to the trial, like live.
Oh wow!
And he comes out and he's still listening to it, and it's like Johnny Depp testifying. And so he sits down on the couch, and I'm like telling him, I said, "Hey, Josh, you know Amber Heard is like crazy person. Like she shit on his bed." And he was like, "What?" And my husband says this to me as he's watching the trial. He's like, "What?" I'm like, "Do you not know this is an actual thing that has been happening? Now, like this is a fact that has been known for like a long
the
time."
bed shitting came out like a year ago or so.
And he's like, "Yeah, I think it was longer than that." No, and I'm like, "What's wrong with you? How are you watching this trial if you didn't even know that fact?"
I watched the trial just to get the explanation for that.
Right.
So I came across a TikTok like kind of skit where someone's trying to play Amber Heard talking to her lawyer after she loses the case, and she's like, "What? Why did I even bother hiring you? Like, what good are you? Why did I bother hiring you? Why did you have to shit on his bed?"
Right, like. We had a whole case up to that point.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Is that it's like I don't even care. It's so sad to be like a woman and to be like, I don't even know who's right and who's wrong. Yeah. But the fact that I would never get to the point of doing that, she's wrong.
Yeah.
Like 100% she's wrong.
I will say I hope that Johnny has learned his lesson and will stop dating women that could be his daughter.
Oh well,
because he's
my dad too. I hope my dad learned that lesson as well.
He's been stuck his entire life, no matter his age, at dating women that are at least in their 20s.
Yeah,
like that's it. Doesn't matter how old he is, how old he gets.
You know what? But that's one of the things that she said. She was like, "You were an old man.
Yeah, it's like,
you're an old white man in Hollywood. Nobody's
gonna mess up right here." And I don't know if this is, I don't know what category of like wrong this falls in, but let me explain something to you. You guys were 20 at one point. Think back to your 20-year-old self.
Oh yeah.
Nope.
now Amber Heard is around my age right now, and I'm like, even the stuff that she's doing now, I'm like, that's showing some crazy bitch right there. But
it is
right. No, hold on, Sam. I'm gonna stop you. Sam. I'm gonna stop you real quick because let me say, like somebody said this recently, and I thought it was really good because me and my husband, I met my husband when I was 14. And he was 18.
Okay. Let's
go with that. Let's just
the word is met. That's it.
Yes.
You met.
You
became aware that
also,
person existed. Stop talking.
All right. Let's just go with me and my husband were inappropriately in a relationship when I was 14 and he was 18. But we're husband and wife now. The problem is is that there are people that are. I remember when I know Sam that you know this person, but I won't mention his name. One of our friends was 26, dating an 18-year-old, and we would go out in the bar. Well, I would go to the bar with him, and she would get really mad because she didn't know where he was going or what he was doing. And I had to explain to him, I'm like, she's not old enough to get in the bar. She's going to get mad about this stuff. The problem is that at that point, I even told him, I was like, this is an inappropriate relationship. Like, it doesn't matter how far apart you are. If you are an adult and they are not allowed to do an adult things, it's inappropriate. And I feel like with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, it was to the point where he was an adult he was like on the cusp. He was like going out of his career, and she was getting into her career. Does this make?
No, I get what you're saying, and I won't disagree with that.
He was obviously way older, but he was like doing his shit. He was like a rock star, and she was like a groupie.
And that's that's the part that I think a lot of people are, in a sense, overlooking, because a young, like I won't say everyone, but there are those who would condemn Johnny Depp for dating such a younger person. But there's always this subconscious mentality, and it even exists. That's why the phrase cougar exists. When you hit a certain point and it does not seem possible that you are able to attract what is in or new or fashionable or hot or whatever the case may be, Johnny Depp can pull pretty much any female that he chooses. He could pull dudes if he chose,
right?
Because he's Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
And when you go, when you take it a step beyond that, and you look at, like, you had kind of said, like, Johnny Depp needs to stop dating people who are young enough to be his daughter. I'm not going to say anything out of place, but let me just say that I remember 20-year-olds, and I'm pretty sure 20-year-olds today
are worse.
Way worse.
Way worse.
But I would probably have more fun with a group of 20-year-olds than I would with
you would.
40-year-olds.
Because you're all mad now, Sam.
But so what I was going to say here, there's actually a psychological component to it. Where you have people, especially when celebrities, when they raise to fame, or they get raised to fame at a certain age, they tend to kind of get stuck there psychologically, and it's difficult for them to move on and see romantic interests in people who are older, unless they start a relationship with someone who's that young and stay with them long enough to age out of that. And even still, that's when you end up having people who just keep recycling women, and as soon as they get too old, they end up cheating on them with someone younger, or leaving them for someone younger. And you can look at, that's a huge thing in Hollywood that no one really talks about. But I mean, that's a common thing, men and women. But yeah, you tend to get stuck in that age.
That's actually really interesting. I didn't think about that.
This is why Linda's here, to bring in the intelligent insight and be smart.
You can even go a step further, where you have, if you want to throw in sexual assault with that as well, you have someone who is a celebrity and they end up getting sexually assaulted, especially in their teen years. And then they end up turning into pedophiles themselves because they're stuck psychologically, and that's what they're attracted to, because that's whenever they were kind of triggered at that age anyway.
Yep.
And they're traumatized into staying there. And sometimes it's of a sexual aspect. Sometimes it's just kind of a thing where they're essentially asexual and they just want to hang out and be friends with those kinds of people. That's where we're never really going to know what happens with Michael Jackson, because there's not really a lot of like hard evidence as far as that goes. But there is a great possibility that he didn't have any kind of actual inappropriate contact with kids. He just was psychologically stuck at that age, because that is most likely from what we do know, when he was first sexually assaulted himself as a child.
Or even that was when and to even cut it off there is that I hate to say, maybe he wasn't. Let's just go with he wasn't sexually assaulted. I mean,
if he was just psychologically stuck at that particular age.
We know he was thoroughly abused by his dad.
Even if he wasn't, that was when he was the most famous for being cute and sweet, and everybody loved him, no matter if they were black or white. Everyone loved him at that point.
Literally.
And so he kind of, it might have just been at that point where he just stopped.
He had a lot of psychological abuse during that time, especially and physical, due to his father. And
I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm just saying like people like him.
Oh yeah.
So that's obviously yes, he did.
That's why you have
people like him. Is that and that's why I think it's really important. People like Drew Barrymore.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's why you have a lot of
doing super well.
That's why you have a lot of child actors who go through hell, and some of them come out the other side okay, others don't. You have people like Amanda Bynes, and Amanda Bynes has kind of a combination of Drew Barrymore and Britney Spears type thing, where she had issues with substance abuse, but she also has psychological issues as well, and people ended up taking advantage of that. Rather than actually trying to get her help. And so Amanda Bynes is now trying to get out of her conservatorship too.
Thinking of exactly what you just said. Thinking of Amanda Bynes is just like Britney Spears, where people like just really made fun of her for a long time because they were like, she's fucking crazy. She's going crazy. And she was, because she had no other way to do anything.
There was no one actually in her life to look out for her best interest. She was just someone to make money for them.
And that's
Lindsay
Lohan's really big thing.
Like, there are so many that are like that. You could literally
look at just about every. There's so few child stars who escape that.
Well, that's actually one of the most interesting things I feel about. Like, sorry, I just lost her name.
What was she in?
Barrymore?
No, I'm sorry. The singer.
Britney Spears?
No, Valerie. Amy Winehouse.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Amy Winehouse.
The song is Valerie.
Yes,
great song.
Her father had complete control of her.
Yeah.
He had the what is it called? The conservatorship. Thank you. Thanks, both of you. But she got out of rehab. She went to rehab and she got out and said, I don't want to go back out on tour because if I do, I'm going to do drugs.
Oh, no.
And I don't want to do drugs. And he said, you're going back on a tour. And she went back on a tour and did drugs and then died.
Oh,
Yep.
And I mean, it's a big, and honestly, Amy Winehouse, I feel like, is probably the most amazing singer in our generation.
She's definitely top tier.
Like,
no question.
I mean, I play her almost every wedding I'm at. So yeah.
Right.
I love seeing. That's why I love seeing things like with Macaulay Culkin has come back into just not just the public eye, but into acting as well.
Well, it's him and his little brother. It's his family too. Like his family, his siblings have come back.
Macaulay Culkin, I got to see him because I'm a huge fan of American Horror Story, and he was in the last season of American Horror Story, and that was, I mean, he played a drug addict, but I mean, it was really fun to see, and like just to like, I've never seen him act in anything as an adult. So that was really fun to see his actual, his acting chops with that. Like that's pretty cool.
That's like I have a really hard time with like my kids. Like my boys are almost 10 and 8, and I've banned them from watching certain videos on YouTube, and it's those videos of like Ryan. Do you know who Ryan is?
Which
Sam,
one?
do you know who Ryan's toy review?
Oh, yeah.
When he first
So
came out,
shocked how many
I
Jesus Christ,
let them
kids.
watch it for a little bit when Ryan first came out. And then once I started seeing Ryan, what his parents were doing to him, I was like, no, you guys are not allowed to watch this anymore. Because they have exploited that kid. That kid is like 10 years old now. I mean, he's probably like 13.
That's the one with like his own juice boxes. And
He
Yep.
started off.
He made so
as
much
a
money
toy
just
review
on the
channel
toy
on
review.
YouTube.
That's it.
He just made $1 million.
He has a video game, Sam.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but when my kids started watching him, they were his age. And Ryan was in an apartment and opening up toys that his parents had bought them. And I was like, okay, this is fine. And then it started turning into like people were sending him toys. And now he was like, and then he went on like trips and then $1 million mansions and things. And I'm like, no.
And
I just started feeling so bad. What? I'm sorry. What?
Yeah. No, I'm saying, and there's certain parts of that we've come to understand, especially just with everything that is what we do know about Hollywood, let alone the stuff we don't know about Hollywood. But you know what I'm saying?
What it was more of the thing with me is that with Ryan especially, and I think with a lot of the YouTubers, the little kid YouTubers, is that I felt bad because my kids were his age.
Yeah. And you know the limitations they have.
He didn't realize that his parents were recording him at all times, not because they wanted to record them. It was because they were recording him to put on YouTube.
Yeah,
it wasn't fun times for them.
For the views.
It was exploiting times. And that just disgusted me. And
did you hear about the YouTube family that wanted to go and went through all these steps to adopt a child from Asia? It might have been India or China, whatever.
And then they couldn't do it for they couldn't.
It was a year. They couldn't have him on camera for a year.
So they said they don't want him.
Yeah, they were like, nah, never mind. Now they had some excuse as to why, but okay, yeah.
Yes.
No, they just returned him like a broken toy or something.
Yes.
Like, oh, we can't exploit him for money. You could have absolutely still done.
There are certain countries, because I have two Chinese sisters. Two Chinese sisters, and so there are, and so I mean, we took pictures and we could do whatever. But this was back when I was younger, so I don't know what the laws are now. So I don't think it was China, but I think I know there are certain Asian cultures that it might have been Thailand. It might have been, I think that's what it was. It was Thailand because there are certain laws about, if this child has been in certain videos and things like that, we don't want you to post it, whatever. But yeah, and they were like, nah, well, we're just not going to do it then. Like who?
It's bad. You was going to deny this kid all this stuff.
No, I mean, they
legit,
did all the paperwork, and got the kid.
Yeah, they got
him.
And
then they were like, no, you cannot, for a year, you cannot post this kid's face on YouTube. You can't post it anywhere on the internet for privacy rights. And they were like, well, okay.
I think
we just don't want it.
A big reason why they also. Oh yeah.
I have to let you guys go. I really had a great time. Sorry.
Hey,
I had a great time.
Thank you so much, Russell. Hey, RussellParkway.com. Bonus for Canadian donations. Be sure to get your books directly from the website. But if that's not your thing, it is available on Amazon. Hopefully we get Chill Run. Is it Chill Run? No, Jam Run. Jam Run hopefully will be out by Christmas. So everybody send all your motivation and
Russell, I
ideas to
really
Russell.
appreciated it a lot. Like, thank you so much.
And
You're
now that I
welcome.
know, I'm going to be on Jamie's ass to like get this book written.
I know.
All right.
So that's because you know what? I'm still on Hunter. Remember Hunter I sent to you?
Oh,
So
very
now I'll
nice.
be on Jamie to get her book done. So
All right. Well,
fantastic.
good night,
Have a
everyone.
great night, man.
Thanks.
Good
Take
night.
care.
Good night.
Good night.
So I'm going to take this as an opportunity for a segue into the Netflix topic real quick at the very
That
least.
works.
Segway.
So Netflix, I don't know if you guys know what's going on with these guys here. However, they have reported their first loss of subscribers in a quarter since I think 2011.
So I don't
And
really understand why.
okay, so here's what's going on with them, right? So they're claiming they're blaming it on two things, right? Number one, they suspended operations in Russia, right? Number two, they're blaming it on people password sharing. So the thing is, back in I think January, February, it started circulating around because one of the like Netflix execs gave like a little like wink, wink. We're working on something to crack down on password sharing, and it spread like wildfire. So what's ridiculous is they're blaming password sharing as to why they're losing subscribers. And I'm like, that if people are password sharing more often, it's because you keep raising your prices to ridiculous amounts and you're not giving people the kind of content you used to be able to get. They've lost shows left, right, and center. They don't stick with shows that actually do well,
Right.
because they don't do well enough. And they continue other shows that no one cares about. And I'm like, did we
I mean,
really
like with
need,
ours, like we have Netflix, but like one of the things, password sharing, for example, if they did you get two,
like,
if you
well,
get two, I could understand that. Adults and kids,
everyone password shares on every, like, there's password sharing across all streaming accounts, like all
Exactly.
different
Yep.
streaming services. So this is not something that's just a
It's across
Netflix problem.
all
but they started doing
subscription.
ads, right? That was one of their things.
Well, that's the other thing too. That's what I'm getting at. So the
That's
first
the
they're
new
trying to
thing.
blame there. So I think that people were jumping. People were either password sharing more, or jumping ship from Netflix entirely, because that's around the time they upped the price to $15 from like the 13 or 10 that it used to be for the normal HD. And it was like went from 15 to 20 if you wanted 4K.
There's
And
nothing on Netflix though.
yeah, there's like, I watch some documentaries every now and then, but
I watch a lot of stuff on Netflix.
they
It's
just-
just
I don't have anything currently. I'm watching Russian Doll season 2 just dropped, so I'm watching that.
and I'm
Stranger
waiting for
Things
Ozarks
comes
in
out later
a
this
couple
year.
hours.
So, but anyway, so people were jumping ship because of that.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
And like I said, so people are jumping ship because of the price jump, or they were starting to password share and they dumped their account and are password sharing with other people. So another issue was that they were announcing that they were going to offer an ad tier of Netflix. And I don't think people took kindly to that. So it just they've been, aside from that, and they've been losing a lot of TV shows, especially to Hulu. Hulu's gotten a lot of stuff. That's why I watch Hulu a lot, because a lot of the things I'm watching on Hulu regularly, I watch Futurama all the time. It's one of my like comfort shows to go to sleep.
Right.
Bob's Burgers I watch a lot. All the Fox stuff went to Hulu.
But I thought it was already there though.
No, it went to Hulu like a year or so ago, a couple years ago. It's been there for a little while, but that was a show that Bob's Burgers and a lot of the Fox shows, like Family Guy especially, were on Netflix for years. Like
They were on both times. That's what I'm saying. Because like the new stuff came on Hulu, and
the new stuff
then
came on there, but Netflix lost them entirely.
Oh damn!
So if you're gonna lose that, like I can wait like half a year to get the new season of Bob's Burgers, because I'd rather watch it when it's all out anyway and binge it. That's fine, rather than trying to watch it week to week.
Week to week.
But yeah, like Hulu has been smarter with their acquisitions of getting streaming rights for different network shows. They have FX as well. They have things partnered with like places like Showtime, HBO, all of those, where you can go through them for your subscription. So you're going to Hulu to watch these things. Netflix never bothered doing any of that. they're like, we need to acquire the rights to the shows to air them, period, or we're not going to have them at all. They spent way too much money on trying to get Friends, and they ended up losing The Office. And Friends didn't hit nearly as like people started watching Friends for nostalgia and then dropped it because it did not age well.
I'm sorry, but who the fuck likes Friends? Like
I never liked Friends. I was mad they lost Seinfeld. They lost Seinfeld. It went to Hulu, so I watched Seinfeld on Hulu.
Thank you. Well,
I grew up with Seinfeld.
100%. I'm like,
no, Netflix. It's Netflix that has Seinfeld. I was watching it last night.
Yeah, but we're saying like Friends is not the good one.
Friends was good, but like she said, it didn't age well.
Yeah, no, Friends did not age well. Like Seinfeld has some stuff that's like there's some jokes that are not quite there, but for the most part, it's aged really well. So but yeah, there's just too many things that are just, but they're canceling a lot of shows, this year. I have a list of a few of them. None of them really hit all that much.
I think that if you think of it though, is that a lot of the shows. So a lot of people got like me. For example, like we have all the shit. Like we have like Xfinity, and then we do.
You still have all that, and you pay for cable.
And we do.
I don't have cable. Like AT&T tried. Like when I moved into this house, AT&T's like. I went to AT&T because they offer fiber in my area. And I'm like, yeah, give me that fiber. And they're like, oh, would you like to bundle it with like a cell phone package? I'm like, no, I have Verizon. I already did AT&T. I'm good. And I'm like, I'll probably jump to AT&T next because I provider jump so I can get deals.
Right.
And they're like, oh, well, or we can package it with cable. I'm like, I'm not old. I don't need cable. I do streaming services. I'm good. And if there's something not on streaming, I know how to download stuff. Like, I've been doing this. I've been doing this since Napster days. Okay,
we're the people that are like I'm a big TV watcher, and I'm like, I need all of everything.
Now, I actually got my parents off of cable because I told them like, listen, I know the shows you guys like to watch. You need to get a Hulu package that gets you Hulu, ESPN, and Disney, and you also need to get Discovery Plus. Exactly. And you need to get Peacock, and you're good. That's all the shows that covers everything.
Peacock is 100%. Pretty much the only thing you need to have. I feel like
Peacock has really good stuff on it. I don't watch a ton of it.
Peacock and Paramount Plus, I feel like are the two.
I still won't do Paramount Plus, but I am about to cancel my Hulu and just password share with my parents because, once again, I'm gonna cancel Hulu. I'll cancel Disney Plus as well because they have the whole package, and Disney Plus keeps getting more and more expensive, and I don't watch enough Disney Plus.
Disney Plus, I feel like every time I go to turn it on, it's so slow.
No.
Like I don't know.
I have more issues with Hulu glitching out. That annoys me to no end because I'm watching through all of Bones again, and I'll go through and I'll be a certain way into the episode and I'll be done for the day because I'll watch it while I'm at work. I work from home, and I'll go back the next day or I'll start it like downstairs a couple hours later in my bedroom and it'll restart the episode. And I'm like,
yeah, or it'll jump. You'll be like almost over. Like you have like maybe 15 minutes before them,
and then
it'll jump to the next episode.
You can't fast forward.
No, this one Hulu I pay for Hulu without ads, so I can fast forward. So that's not too. But like, it drives me mad. I see that like I'll go and click the episode, it'll be black for a second, and I'm like crossing my fingers, and then I'll hear and I'll see the Fox logo come up, and I'm like, son of a bitch! Listen, I don't remember where I was this episode. So I'm like, I love Bones though, so it's fine. But yeah. So yeah, as far as Netflix goes, it's they used to listen to people and they keep brushing people off instead. They're making very poor decisions too. They got kind of too big for their britches and I got a little too overconfident in my opinion. And yeah, it's they need to learn. And you know, it took them like 3 years to get the last season of Better Call Saul on there. So I'm already mad about that alone. I have to rewatch the whole thing.
Was it 3 years?
It's been years. Like I've been waiting for Better Call Saul to pop up in there for a long time. It just dropped. On Netflix. The latest season.
Yeah, the latest season. Yeah, but then then the final season just dropped. But that's because it's on AMC.
Yeah. Well, that being said, they got Walking Dead like the year after. They got into AMC shows pretty quickly.
No, it's usually, I think AMC is usually 6 months after the last episode airs.
Something along
And
those
I think,
lines.
yeah, but like the CW is the only ones that comes like as soon as the day the final episode shows, a week later is on.
Better
Netflix.
Call Saul aired in 2020, is what it is. Let's see, April. No, when is this? It doesn't show me. Why Wikipedia? Why are you not giving me my February 23rd? So yeah, it's been a solid 2 years. And they're just now giving, like, I'm like, I have to rewatch all this again. I was going to watch Criminal Minds next. All right, listen, you can't be doing.
No, you want to hear something funny? I forgot that I watched it off Netflix. I had watched it on something else while it was coming out. And so I was like, oh yeah, it just dropped on Netflix. Let me go ahead and download this before I went to my, on my trip. So I have something to watch. And I was like, hold on, I've seen all this already. I was so mad.
But Sam still needs to watch Brand New Cherry Flavor. I'm gonna keep bugging you about that.
I do have it on the list.
I'm gonna keep bugging you about it.
There's current stuff that I have to watch, and my backlog is ridiculous.
So by the way, once again, I mentioned before, Russian Doll season 2 is up. If you've not watched Russian Doll, it is fantastic. Actually,
you might actually like
that. Should be dropping soon too.
It's just dropped.
If you guys have not, if you guys have not seen it, Grace and Frankie, the second half of the last season is coming out. It stars. So I slept on the show for so long because like the advertisements annoyed the crap out of me, especially when they started talking about the old lady vibrators. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about that. Yep. But then I didn't realize. So I knew it had Jane Fonda, right? I didn't realize that Lily Tomlin was Miss Frizzle until I watched the show, or I heard an advertise or something, and I'm like, that's Miss Frizzle.
Yeah,
that's Miss Frizzle talking about masturbation. Yep.
I mean, but just the fact that it's Lily Tomlin. I mean, for the older geeks out there, Lily Tomlin. And Lily Tomlin
and Martin Sheen, which is I love Martin Sheen. Also, I love watching David play Mass Effect because Martin Sheen voices what's his face in there. And all I hear is like all I hear is that character from Grace and Frankie, his character in Grace and Frankie, and he's supposed to be playing this like young, the elusive man. That's who he is. He's supposed to be like this young, handsome dude, and I'm like, I just see this old Martin Sheen. Like the voice does not fit the character, but okay. But yeah, no, it's Grace and Frankie is great. The last half of the episodes. Oh, they drop tomorrow. I'm excited. So I have something I'm probably going to watch Russian Doll tonight until I fall asleep. And then I'll watch the last 2 seasons or episodes of Grace and Frankie tomorrow.
You gotta watch Ozarks.
So I actually have to finish. So I can't even go through my entire watch list because it's ridiculously long and my backlog is stupid. Currently, the only things that I can say that I'm caught up on, I have to watch the most recent episode of Moon Knight, which just dropped.
Me too.
I still have not seen the movie for Jujutsu Kaisen, but I expect that Funimation
So Sam, just to give you a heads up, stuff happens. You know, stuff happens. People punch stuff.
Okay.
They have lots of Kakashis.
Wait, what did you say? You haven't?
Oh yeah, I remember you told me that.
Movie?
Yeah, I remember you telling that.
It's a movie. It's an anime. It's an anime movie.
They have
Jujutsu Kaisen.
They have Mute Kakashi.
That's out of my realm.
They've got double blind Kakashi.
They have Pretty Eye Kakashi.
Yeah, like they've got lots of Kakashis in there.
Kakashi.
They have Panda Kakashi. Like
Panda Kakashi is one of my favorites. Like
they have Woman Kakashi.
They have Clap Kakashi.
See, I figured it's something different because a lot of them have white hair and they all look very similar, and they all look like Kakashi. So typically people call stuff Naruto as like a joke, like, oh, I know that character. That one's Naruto.
So this is Prince.
What's up, Prince?
Unbothered. Okay, he doesn't want to be here right now.
Yeah, he kind of gave me that look like, why are you touching me?
See, and that's why I love Jack. Here he is. He's sleeping. Or that Rosie. No, that's Jack. Look at him. He's sleeping right there. On the little tortilla blanket. We have two of them because why not?
I think the biggest thing with Netflix is, even though they were one of the first ones to have like their own production, because there's a lot of Netflix originals, and they were kind of innovative with that, despite being a streaming service. And they started off with just like giving you DVDs. They put Blockbuster out because they like made DVDs available and things like that. But then they started bringing older shows and dropping whole seasons of shows and things like that. Then they started doing originals, because when The Hitman's Bodyguard first came out, I didn't even know that was a Netflix original movie, because it was in theater. It was in theaters. And then, of course, you know, I like found out like, oh, this is Netflix. And then they started doing movies directly to the streaming site, and Six Underground, Extraction. I mean, there's some really, really good movies on Netflix, but they got a little too greedy. They got a little big for their britches. And
well, but if you think about it, Sam, is that having 3 young kids, like me, I have 3 young kids, and there's not a lot of, now that I'm used to not having to take my kids to the movie theater, I don't want to take them to the movie theater.
Yeah.
And Netflix does come out with a lot of new original movies for kids.
Yeah.
Not so much for adults, but for kids.
They actually cut their animation, and they cut a lot of their
animation.
Just like not only anime, but just the animation department is one of the things.
Yes, I agree. However, I don't like, if my kids are like, I want to watch something new, I'm like, okay, I always know that Netflix is most likely going to have the newest kids movie.
Yeah.
Rather than the other streaming services.
Unless it's a Disney movie, in which case
unless it's Disney,
right to Disney.
Unless
it's Disney Plus.
But
you know, but Disney is Disney, and Disney is always going to do Disney. And we talked last week, you know, for those of you who are still with us, thank you. And if you get to the 3-hour mark in the podcast, you know, Disney actually did the vault thing for years, and that was their claim to fame. And that was one of the things, in order to kind of keep their stuff relevant. And that was kind of a two-way street, because on the one hand, they would re-release stuff that they had in the vault so that they could make money off of it and introduce it to a new audience. But also they would do that so that they would digitally remaster and re-release it so that they could retain the rights to it and no one else could take it. Yep. Because if they take a movie and they remake the movie, or they re-release the movie, or they digitally remaster the movie, it puts a whole new license on the film or on the IP, so that no one else can use it or take it. And so that's how, like, there was a lapse in Pinocchio, and I forget the guy's name, but he was the one that like went all crazy at the Oscars because he won for something. I think it was for like Life is Beautiful. Pinocchio had a lap. Okay, so now my cat's getting aggressive with the petting. But there was a lapse in Pinocchio, and so it became available and other people could use it. The same thing with Peter Pan, because it's such an old IP, it's lapsed, which is why we have so many different versions of Peter Pan, and not all of them are Disney.
Peter Pan, I believe, if I recall, I just saw some stuff on this. The guy who created Peter Pan specifically donated all the rights to a children's hospital or orphanage or something in England. Yeah. So there's that. Now there's also too, once things get over a certain year, like, you know, age, I think it's like 100 years, then it becomes whoever
public
wants
domain.
to. Yeah, whoever wants.
It was that, but that was also the movie. It was the movie with Johnny Depp. That's what that was about, right?
Finding Neverland. Now, so a great example of if you don't use it, you lose it. And to why we keep on getting crappy films of this over and over again is Fantastic Four. 20th Century Fox did not want to lose the rights. They kept making really bad Fantastic Four movies.
It's horrible.
It was only 2.
No, they did 3.
Yeah, Fantastic Four.
Fox did do that last one.
Yeah,
and then you have
they were
reboot.
like, we're gonna reboot it and try and make it PC. And we're okay, sure.
So bad.
That's fine.
It
I
didn't
guess. Sure.
But now that the rights have been retained and they're back where they belong, we'll see what they do with it moving forward. I would say we'll see if they do something with it moving forward, because I feel like they had the perfect intro with WandaVision. They could have brought in Reed Richards right then, just as an Easter egg or something, and they could have just been like, Dr. Richards, Professor Richards, or something like that, just as an Easter egg. They didn't do that. I think the only little hint that we've gotten was some little, like, you had to decipher it, coded Easter egg from one of the Spider-Man movies, which that's doing way too much.
Yeah, and then the whole point about that tower,
right? And so it's like, I think that Baxter Building, like that's what you're talking about. The Baxter Building got mentioned somewhere, and it's just
it never got mentioned. It was the
visual,
the old Avengers Tower. It's changed to something, but we haven't seen it yet in the MCU yet since they took over. Since it's been taken over, so everybody's thinking it's either Oscorp, but it can't be that, because in the last movie he says there's no Oscorp. Yep. So it's probably the Baxter Building.
I will say I am if there's one thing I'm really thankful for Marvel movies, it's training me to sit until the end of stuff and give me the patience to sit till the end, because otherwise I would have missed out on a lot of things, not just for Marvel movies, but especially the ending for Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Yeah,
well, I haven't seen that.
Come to appreciate.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but like I watched it with my parents and my husband on Easter. And we were watching it, like my parents were about to get up. I'm like, no, there's going to be like an after credits thing, like there was in the first one. Watch. And so we stayed. And as soon as it showed like the first couple seconds, I turned to my husband. We both said like the name of the character they're about to show, like at the same time.
Yeah. And
then I turned to my mom, like, Mom, it's going to be this character. And she's like, how do you know? And he showed up. I'm like, there he is.
Like, I just know.
It's like, because I played these Sonic games a lot.
You're right.
Like that's like my husband and I, like our major like bonding point is Sonic the Hedgehog. So because when it comes to Sonic, between Sonic and Mario, Sonic is supreme.
No.
Sonic is the king.
No. You
see that blue back there? That's a Sonic right there. All right, listen. I've got Sonics everywhere. So I've got a Trunks, a Super Saiyan Trunks right there, and Pikachu's and Sailor Moon's everywhere. But Sonic the Hedgehog. But just like playing the games when I was younger, I always liked the Sonic games better. I was always better at the Sonic games than I was at the Mario games.
I was not good at any of them.
Mario, you had to really think Sonic just run into the
well, no, like Sonic, like the first level you can just run and get through it. But the rest of them, they got more and more difficult as you went through, especially as you went through the different games. You couldn't just, it wasn't linear. It wasn't from point A to point B. Mario, especially the older Marios, are just point A to point B and just step on the platforms correctly. Where Sonic, it was a little more thinking and exploring. And that's why I like that. Especially with like the boss battles and things like that. It was just a little more intuitive than the earlier Marios were. That being said, I loved Mario 3. That one was great. That was probably my favorite one, though. I do have a special place in my heart for Mario 2. The not the real Mario 2, but the one we originally got, Mario 2. Not the one that eventually showed up in Lost Levels. But yeah, just mostly because I remember playing that with my brothers, and we came up with silly songs to sing to the music.
Yeah.
That made no sense at all. But yeah, it was great.
But yeah, back on that Netflix thing, I honestly don't think it's any of those things that made the subscriptions go down. I think they're now paying attention because there's more services out there now that the churn is bigger. I don't know if you know what the churn, like the churn for streaming services is. It's people leave and come back. Now you have so many things. It's like a lot of people figure to have only no more than two in their house at a time. But it's a lot of stuff coming out on these different services. So they have to choose and pick which one they're going to pay for this month. And I think that is the bigger thing that changed everything.
No, I don't think so. Because like in my house, I literally, like what I was saying, like we do them all. We do them all. But if I had to drop one, I would drop Netflix.
Oh yeah. Everybody, that's what it is. That's what I think.
Like we have so many, like we have cable and all the extra things. Like we pay for
Sam
all
was
the
like-
extra things.
Yeah, you
Even
missed
I'm
that,
sitting over
Sam.
here like,
you missed
damn.
that, Sam.
No, I mean, but like we just do. Like I'm a big TV person.
I dropped my
But if I
cable.
had to
have
drop
all the
one,
streaming,
it would be
but
Netflix because they don't have as much stuff that I'm interested in. Like, and the stuff that they have, I can find on other stuff, on other.
I think what you were talking about there with people dropping it because they're rotating things out, that plays into exactly what I was saying before, as they don't offer the kind of stuff that's offered in other places. So people are leaving because they don't have what they want right then. So I do know some people that rotate depending on who has what at the time. I've been debating on doing that myself until I can get a little more financially stable, just because that's a little bit here and there. Like I'm not watching this, I'm not watching that. I actually need to cancel my Funimation still because they've combined with Crunchyroll.
Oh yeah. I was just about to tell you, you might want to
I went
do
to
that.
VRV for that. That solved all that.
I mean,
went to VRV.
David has Verve. We're using our friend's Crunchyroll. And then they were using our Funimation. And like I personally, I don't use it. That's David. The only thing I've been using it for is I've been watching Black Clover with David. But the reason why we liked or I prefer Funimation if I have to watch anime is because they typically have English dubs, whereas Crunchyroll doesn't. And that's also why I don't watch a lot of anime, because most English dubs are trash, because most anime voice acting is trash these days. In my opinion, that's just the trend it's gone to. So I'm very picky. Thankfully, there's enough male characters, because it's mostly female voice actresses that kind of get on my nerves with it. It's not the actors themselves. They're talented, all that. No hate to them. It's hate to the industry standard of what they expect women to sound like of any age in anime. These days for English, and I hate it. But that's probably why I also like the English dubs for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh yeah, God. Sam, don't get me started. They all sound like they're 5 years old. They have like 2 or 3 types. You have the ones who have to sound gruff and tough, so the voice actors will try and make their voice instead of finding someone who has a naturally lower voice, lower octave, whatever. I would say similar to myself, but I haven't heard myself speak in a while. And I know my voice went higher after I had my tonsils out years ago. But finding someone with the lower octave voice, so I'm finding someone who naturally fits that role. They're like, oh, let's get this person out of the 6 people that are typically cast, because they're the most popular ones, because that's what's going to sell. This actually ties into a topic we talked about before with movies and wanting to see fresh faces rather than someone who's going to put butts in the seat. So they're like, let's just choose these people, and they have a limited range. So I'm just going to try and sound like I'm a tough, gruff woman. I cannot stand the newer dub of Sailor Moon. I'm a huge Sailor Moon fan. I cannot stand, and it ticks me off to no end that's the voice acting we ended up getting for Sailor Stars. I've waited since the 90s for them to bring Sailor Stars in English, aside from fan subs and fan dubs. And when they finally do, it's with this new trash voice acting where all the Sailor Scouts sound the same except for Uranus and Jupiter, because those are the tomboys. I hate it. Like even the Geek version is special with the voice acting they chose for that. However, there's at least personality. You could, if you closed your eyes and listened to them all speak, you could tell that different people were speaking. If you did it now, you wouldn't be able to figure it out. They all sound the same. Wow. That's my rant. Sorry.
Yeah, my friend ended up making me watch One Piece. I did not want to get into One Piece because it's so long. It was so many episodes. I was like,
I can't get over the ugly animation, but
yeah. See, I'm
people are like, it gets better. It's better later on, and I'm like, I have to sit through like 40 seasons.
Yes,
to get better. I am good. I'm gonna go watch Criminal Minds. Thank you.
And like, I was just listening to it because I'm watching the English dub of those now, and this older English dub is on Netflix. And so I'm watching Dragon Ball Z. It's Krillin. It's Piccolo, and I'm like, Zoro is Piccolo. That's Piccolo. That's the guy who played Piccolo. That's Piccolo all day, and the other guy is Krillin. I'm like, oh my God, like,
I mean,
what is this?
The interesting thing about voice acting, though, is like, and on one hand, a character's voice is specific to that character, but it seems so weird that like a character's voice can also just be specific to the archetype of the character.
Yeah.
Because if you take Spike Spiegel, if you take Mugen, if you take anybody that Steve Bloom's voiced, every person that Nolan North is voiced, literally it's just his voice, and or if you take a Lance Reddick, if you take a Keith David, because their voice by itself is so iconic, they can create a character around that voice,
yeah.
and it works. And so you look at it and you're like, okay, even though I hear that voice and I know that that's just, if you take Captain Keyes and Dave's gonna kill me, Admiral from Mass Effect, Anderson, it's Keith David, and both characters, because they kind of have that position of authority and they're commanding, the voice works for both characters, despite the fact that it's the same voice. And if you take Tom from Toonami, Spike Spiegel, Mugen, hell, half the Wolverines that have been out there, it works, and you take well, he's kind of been consistent along the board, but the guy who voiced David Hayter, who voices Snake, he does a lot of voice acting, and his voice, I'm watching something, I'm like, that's Solid Snake. And I remember that from the game because that's what he does. He's a voice actor, and so while I get there's definitely a problem when you have bad voice acting, because it does feel a little lazy if the voice character does not match. Yeah. But you get those rare occasions where the voice matches and it lines up regardless of the character. Maybe it's the character type, the archetype of the character, or something, they're in a similar position, or it's a similar style character and it fits. So it still has more to do with the characters themselves and less to do with the voice at the end of the day. But for Sailor Stars, I can't comment on that because I haven't watched it. And if it sucked,
I haven't watched it, yeah.
Well, it's not just Sailor Stars. They redubbed all of Sailor Moon, the whole thing, because they released it. Like Deke cut a lot of crap. They censored and cut so much from the Sailor Moon seasons that they did come out with. And they did replace some voice actresses, because they first did the first two arcs, so the original season, and then they did the Sailor Moon R, and that, I think originally they just did the first, because R has two arcs. They did the first arc, I forget the name of it. The second one is the I think the Dead Moon arc. So anyway, I think they did that slightly separate, but then whenever they came back some years later and they did the S in Sailor Moon Supers, they lost the voice actress for Sailor Moon and she was replaced. However, they tried to find someone who had a similar voice, because if you guys all remember what Sailor Moon sounded like in the original English dub, she had a very unique voice. Same thing with Luna. Luna had a very unique voice, that kind of posh, Britishy sounding voice. And it worked really well. Now, Luna sounds like the Sailor Scouts. Luna sounds, instead of like a motherly figure, she sounds like a 13-year-old girl, even though they're all 14. But still, she sounds like a 13-year-old girl. The rest of them all sound like, like they all, like Chibiusa or Rini. She sounds the same as the other ones. They all sound the same age. Like, oh my God, little girls. Oh, we've got to save the world. No, stop it. Now, my theory as to why voice acting for animes, English dub animes, in before the, I want to say early 2000s, mid 2000s or so, the reason why I think those had more character and more variety and depth to them was because it wasn't as popular. There wasn't as much being churned out. There wasn't an industry standard. And now there's an industry standard for what they think, and I guess a lot of people are okay with it, but what they think the people want for all their characters to sound like. That being said, there is a huge slew of people who hate English dubs. They hate, they will not watch dubs because they're like, give me subs all day long, because the Japanese voice actors still have some range. Probably because it's been a more popular thing over there for longer. But with the with the English dubs, they all sound the same now, especially the women. The men are almost as bad, and it's just, especially the lazy ones who don't change their voice between different parts. Like they play this one character in one show and they just talk normal. Yep. And then they say other thing over here. Like, so let's say I'm Sailor Moon. Hi everyone, I'm Sailor Moon. We're gonna save the day. It's gonna be great, guys. Yeah. And then now I'm Faye Valentine. Hey guys, look at me. I'm sexy Faye, but I'm actually asexual, but I use my sexuality to get what I want and get by. That's my voice for both. Didn't bother changing it. Assume I actually acted for the roles too, but like
I feel like they have to go into the audition and like really put on a show, and then when it comes time to actually start, they're already invested and they just kind of like come in, record their lines, and by the time someone sees what they've done, everything's already been drawn, the footage, everything's been recorded, and they have to put it out because they have to get the content out because people want the content.
So if you're ever curious, Sam, you can look up videos on YouTube, just short ones that compare the Deke voice acting to the I think it's Cloverway is the one who did the newer ones, and it's not fun.
I need y'all to just look at the private chat real quick, and I just want you to see that particular comment that I've never heard it referred to as that.
I haven't in a while, but.
Wow.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
I think my favorite is sperm pets, but
wow. I've never heard that.
No, I used to have an employee that would always refer to my kids as my offspring. That is every single time. That's how he would just refer to them. He would not call them my kids. He wouldn't say my children. It was always my offspring.
I think in most stores I've worked in, the kids that I'd work with, I say kids, but the younger adults that would typically work underneath me, the hip kids these days refer to them as crotch goblins, at least to my knowledge before. Crotch goblins.
I've heard that.
So there's that. But
surprisingly, I'm not going to share her comment because it was in our private chat. But wow, that is fucking awesome. I'm just going to say it. Jamie is so great, and I'm glad that we had her on. And I want people to know, like, that's the point of this show. Like,
oh yeah.
Anybody's welcome to jump in and be a part of the show. I'll send you the link. You can hop on. The only thing I ask is because it's a live show, just, be live show ready. Don't have stuff in the show that can't be shown. Don't come
showing up here looking like a gremlin or a homeless person. And
right. I don't want the video taken down. So short of that, like, I'll be happy to roast you if you just look like trash.
Now, Sam, you'll be proud of me. So I figured out how to get Snapchat filters to work on my camera. I was so tempted tonight because I've been feeling horrible this week, or the last week in general. I was so tempted to just say, like, I finished my Frontera food. My friend drove me out to go pick it up because I've been having such a bad time. And I finished my chimichanga. I was like, okay, let me just go down and pop on a Snapchat filter with like some little ooh-woo like things on my face and be like, hello guys, I'm here. I'll get something with like an anime hair thing so I can just pull on my hair back. I dry shampoo.
I'm gonna show up one day as a cat and be like, I don't know how to turn it off. I'm not really a cat. I'm not a cat.
It wasn't super difficult to mess around with, but yeah, I figured I'd mess with it because it could be, even if I wasn't using ones to like actually put like makeup on or whatever, it would be fun just to like mess around and turn myself into a banana, or it's good stuff.
You're stupid.
I can't wait to get my computer upgraded though. One of my friends is first of all, he's gonna transfer the guts of my computer into the pink monstrosity that I have, that would just help complete my setup further. It won't be fully complete until I can get the desk that I want, because the desk is pink and it has RGB lighting. It has risers for the monitors, which doesn't matter because all of mine clip to the desk except for my main one. But anyway, but it also has built-in power strips on it. It's less than $200, and it's a corner desk. So what my currently setup is a corner desk. So since I'm in just like our downstairs living room, I'm just gonna push this out, put the corner desk like up to it, and have like a U-shaped like bat cave over here, and it's gonna be great. So I'll have space to be able to move my workstation down here if I'm still working the same job. So
I got to step up my game and get me a fourth monitor. So David was using 4 monitors, and because he's working from home 2 days a week now, he's using one of them for his stuff. But this way he just has his laptop right there at his his work laptop with his personal computer. Mm-hmm. So he has like kind of stuff to hold his time in between calls, all that kind of good stuff. So and I bought him a cheap TV mount with like a 32-inch smart like Amazon TV that I was letting him use, and I'm like, mount it because like in the room we have where he wanted to put it, the wall behind it is stone, because our house is like built up into a slope, so like everything that's on the bottom floor that's up against the ground, it's underground, is all stone. And then most of the other walls, as you can probably see behind me, are made of logs, because it's a log cabin. And anything that divides rooms is just normal drywall. But anyway, so I'm like, David, you can't drill into that stone. God knows what's gonna he tried anyway, and it didn't work. And I'm like, listen, David, it's a corner desk. Put the mount on the drywall portion on a stud, and then just move the TV over to cover the corner. And he ended up doing that because he didn't want to. He's like, oh, no, do it, David. Trust me, it's going to look good. He did it. And he's like, oh, this looks so good. I like this. What? And I'm like, because you have a smart wife. All right. You're welcome. All right. This is why you should listen to me. He's got an older brother that can help him out. Next time, let me know. I can get you a masonry bit, wall anchors, the whole 9. We'll make it happen.
Actually, Sam, if you want to come over and help David change out these light bulbs on the top of our house that we can't reach without him dying, I'd appreciate that.
How tall a ladder do we need?
Oh God, it's a 2-story house. So
is that the top of the 2 stories?
Mm-hmm. Now one of them
minimum 10 foot.
Yeah, we have at least a 10-foot ladder. I don't trust David on ladders. He's clumsy. He'll die.
But it has to be a 10-foot A-frame. Which
we don't have a 10-foot A-frame because he was forced to buy a ladder for that other job he was doing, but it needed to be one. It's okay. We needed to get one anyway, but it had to be one that he could fit in the car. So I think it's
giant fold out, flips out, and extends.
Yeah, it's a 10-foot, but it's an A-frame, so it ends up being a 5-foot when it's folded in half. It works, but yeah, no, we've got some ideas for some stuff we want to try and do around the house for computery stuff. So we'll let you know if there's anything techie that we need to try. And like, I want to figure out how to mount my projector somewhere. I want to build like a little shelf because I have a projector and a 100-inch screen. Yeah, and I want to put it upstairs and have the screen to where we can easily like hook it up like over the main TV above the fireplace. Because the way the fireplace like comes out, we could put it in between those two bump outs.
When you want to use the projector. Yep.
And just
I actually did a home theater install that has a retractable screen, and the way we have the projector mounted, they have a little remote that they just go and pull up and it brings the screen down, and then reach up, boom, turn that on. Everything else is controlled by remote.
Hey, I'm not bougie like that.
Yeah, you don't have to be bougie.
I was about to say, would you want to mount it, or would you want to put it on something you could just place somewhere?
I'd want to put like a shelf or something that I can put the projector in case we wanted to move it. Yeah, that's kind of where I want it to be the primary.
We can either get a floating. We can get a floating shelf. Yep. I mean, there's plenty of ways you can do that, depending on the size of the mount. I mean, it's not the mount, but depending on the size of the projector, plenty of ways that we can do that.
And I'll definitely need your help whenever I put up shelves for my pop figures, because what I want to do, I want to line like the close to the top of the ceiling with. I found these acrylic shelves I really like that fit pop figures perfectly, and just put my pop figures similar to that, but not on the. I don't have crown molding. I'm not fancy like that.
It came with the house. I don't have that shit. It came with the house.
But just kind of going around, mostly downstairs, because everything upstairs is vaulted ceilings.
Mhm.
But downstairs and just having like pop figures line the walls and everything, because they're all just in a pile that keeps falling over next to me. And
I don't have nowhere near as many pop figures as you guys have, but yeah. I mean, I have a lot, but it's not a lot.
all of those up there, all of those, a couple right there, all the ones across the top, but all of mine are very specific. Everything is like I'm missing 2 Superman pops, but I have every other one, and I have a lot of Star Wars pops and a couple of like very unique individual characters. Like I have Prince. I have a Prince pop. I have a Black Panther pop, so it's
I've got
all kind of themed.
I've got almost all the League of Legends. I've got a bunch of random Dragon Ball. I've got a Husky and a Dachshund from the Pets line.
Okay.
I've got a bunch of Sailor Moon. I've got a bunch of Seinfeld, random superheroes. I've got the normal size Ursula from Little Mermaid with the eels on her, and I've got the giant one too.
Nice.
I think
some
of my most expensive ones, I have the glow in the dark 6-inch Kurama from Naruto. And I think my most expensive one is an Ichigo from Bleach. And I don't know where he is, but he might be on
that one is Tanjiro and Rui.
He's like super expensive, and I don't know where he is, but whatever, it's fine.
And the other one there is 1989 Batman and the Joker. That one right there.
That's a fun one right there.
Yeah.
That's a collector.
See, that's the best Joker. So you already win right there.
I have Kid Simba, basically all in Lion King ones except. Well, no, I just got the Kid Simba, Timon and Pumbaa, and
you could have stopped at Timon and Pumbaa. That was all you needed.
And Rafiki. And then I got like
Rafiki's
Green. I got the Green Arrow from Arrow and the Black Canary from Arrow. I got Crowley from Supernatural. A Goku pop. I got the Gray Superman. And I have Deathstroke.
I have no Superman. I have Batman pops. Some Batman. I have no Superman though, but
that's okay.
I have
Batman.
That's okay. You'll get right one day.
The burning Marshmallow Man. The one that's burning.
Mm-hmm.
The big one that's burning.
I have a giant silver Pikachu. I don't have the really big. There's a really big one that's yellow, and I don't have him. He was like $100, and I remember him. But
and I'm trying to collect all the smaller Baby Yoda pops with. He has different things in his hands. I have 2 of them now, but I need to get the 3rd one. I think that's out.
I just don't really buy pops anymore. But I've got Monster Hunter.
I keep saying Baby Yoda, Grogu.
I've got Monster Hunter. I've got Cuphead, Ni no Kuni 2, Inuyasha. Of course, I've got my Sesshomaru ones. Destiny, Overwatch. Naruto,
that's what I need. I need a Cade pop.
Game of Thrones, Black Butler, Doctor Who.
I have the dragons from Game of Thrones, and Halo, I have Hagrid.
Tokyo Ghoul. That's just what I can see. Kingdom Hearts, My Hero Academia. Yeah,
my son. I got my son all 4. I did get my son all 4 Ninja Turtles. He wanted the Ninja Turtle pops, and I was at a comic store in Griffin because I was out there working that day, and I stopped by there every time I go out there. And he actually had all 4 Ninja Turtle pops, and I was like, "Well, I'm getting those."
I got my. I feel like I got my dad. What did I get my dad? My dad likes old cartoon stuff, so I think I got my mom a Taz pop. I know I got her some Seinfeld pops. I know she likes Seinfeld. That's right. I got dad all the Snoopy pops. That's what it was.
The Peanuts characters.
And I got him the flocked cat dog.
Oh,
because my dad loves cat dog. So
cat dog.
That's random. That is so random.
My dad loves cartoons from like the 90s. Like he loves Dexter's Lab, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Cat Dog, like stuff like that. He loves all of it.
You should probably get him a rock. You know what? You could actually tell him about Ty's podcast, Whiskelodian.
He won't. It's my dad. Trust me, I know him. He doesn't really
Well-
indulge in anything like that anymore. So he watches the news and like space shows and like documentaries. That's about it.
Gotcha.
Oh, wow.
Science documentaries.
Sciencey stuff.
And
Cool.
he likes a specific murder mystery guy. It's like a detective or something, some old guy. I don't remember his name, but
Columbo.
no. The guy has like a feminine name, and I can't remember what it is. But my dad would always watch it. He'd wait till my mom would go to bed because then he could watch what he wanted, and he'd go and turn this on.
Perry Mason.
Mm-mm.
No.
I think it was a Lindsay something, or the last name was Lindsay. I don't remember. I don't remember what it is, but yeah.
I'll have to look it up. Okay, well, I think we hit all our topics because I really don't feel like we needed to discuss Halo.
I'm not even caught up.
I haven't
It's-
watched.
I
it.
stopped after the second episode, and I need to, but I stopped.
It's been hit or miss. It's been getting kind of ripped left and right. Not everybody's feeling it. We did talk about Netflix. We talked about Johnny Depp. And we talked about a lot of other random shit. That's what we do.
I know
on Way
someone
On Geeks.
requested Harry Potter at one point. I know no one's watching anymore. But as far as that, if we discuss it in the future, I have listened to the audiobooks ish,
Okay.
and I've watched all the movies and the Fantastic Beasts, not the newest one, but regardless, given I'm one of those people that, given all the stuff that's come out with J.K. Rowling over the last few years, I won't watch Fantastic Beasts until it's like on a streaming service. So I'm not getting money to that. And the only reason I don't mind getting the game that's going to come out, only because I believe they've separated from getting any kind of any kind of money from it. So I have to double check it. So don't take that as gospel. But I remember reading somewhere that she will not get any money from sales of the video game.
Well, then we can look into that, research that, and maybe that can be our hot topic next week.
Yeah.
Something to look into. So, DJ, you gonna join us again next week? You want to be?
If I'm available, usually when y'all are on, I'm working. I'm like either working or playing Call of Duty. One or the other.
Okay. Well, you can hop on in between rounds of Call of Duty and weigh in when the moment deems right. But this is how we do. This has been Weigh In Wednesdays. We had a hell of a show tonight, and man. So Russell Brooks, special guest tonight, author of 4 novels. Be sure to check out russellparkway.com. We talked about some other great stuff. I want to thank DJ Fat Snacks for hopping on with us. Linda, as always, thank you for joining me. I love having you on. Just make me sound smarter with your presence. Love it. I want to thank Jamie for hopping in. I want to thank Jeff Miller for hopping in and helping me do some of the interview questions. And I want to thank everybody who tuned in and watched and joined us for our live. Join in next week where you can be a part of our live. You see how easy it is. We had 2 of our viewers join in tonight. It's just that simple. We'll send you the link. And oh, look, she's up. It's just that simple.
Excuse me, that's a he.
Is that Jack?
He has a penis.
Is that Jack?
Oh, Lord.
He does not have balls anymore, but he has a penis. That is Jack.
Okay. I thought that was Rosie.
Rosie's a big old chonker. That is a small baby.
You are like a tiny corner on my screen. I apologize.
Jackie doesn't mean it.
Handsome Jack. That's my boy. That's my boy. It's all good. But we want to thank everybody. You see how easy it is to. I'm gonna try that again. You see how easy it is to be a part of the show, and we ask that you jump in and weigh in on the topics that we bring to the table to discuss. I have not decided who next week's guest is going to be, but that'll make it fun, and that'll be the surprise.
I'm trying to get my girl Katie to come on at some point. Her laptop is kind of busted right now.
Okay.
I think because it's not powering on, I think it's a battery issue because she's already changed out the cord and it doesn't work. They got a battery, they just haven't changed it out yet. So I assume it's that, but I told her even if she doesn't have it, she can always just like pop over and I'll kick David off his computer. And
you see how easy it is. Just grab.
Yeah, I've told her like you can just be on the phone. I think it was also she wanted to participate if we did one of these nights where we play like a game or something.
Oh,
too.
the game. You know what? We have to really schedule that, and that needs to be on a Wednesday. I'm not working. And hopefully that'll be next Wednesday, and they don't schedule us for 6 days again next week.
I will also pop in real quick. I did finally stream again. It's been a while, but I did stream again. I played a game. I don't remember what I played. What did I play? Jazz Punk. I can't even begin to describe Jazz Punk. If you want to go see what that is and what it's about, you can go see it on my recent broadcast. I streamed less than 2 hours. It's not long. Obviously my link to my Twitch is right there under my lovely face, I guess. Lovely-ish, something like that. Someone likes it. And
enough to put a ring on it.
Not playing Power Wash Simulator anymore because I finished it. Unless they add more stuff to it. And I'm taking a break from Cosmos Quick Stop because it stresses me out. It's still fun, but it stresses me out. But Jazz Punk is really good. I haven't played it in a long time, but it's kind of crazy. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I streamed that about 2-3 days ago, something like that. But yeah, I'm just going to kind of start going through different random games and kind of forcing myself to do something that's streaming of some sort.
That'll work.
So yeah.
That'll work.
I stream every now and then, but this is a whole bunch of foul language.
That's right. Let's make it an 18+ channel.
How about say I tend to curse on mine too, just depending on what kind of game I'm playing. But yeah.
I tend to drink. Anytime that I've streamed and played games, I tend to drink. So there is a lot of language and a lot of dying.
But
so.
I am very much asking if anyone makes it to the end of this thing, please go follow my thing. I'm really depressed streaming for 2 hours and I have no one watching, including my husband. So I'm talking to myself the whole time. It's great. It's one of the reasons why I stopped streaming a lot.
We will fix that, and we will see more conversation coming forward in your streams. For DJ Fat Snacks, Splenda, MG at twitch.tv, and I am your host, Sam from Grown A Geeks. We thank you for being here with us. We hope you've enjoyed, and we will see you again next week. Peace.